So welcome. Welcome to the extra track of today's AI Summit. Wow, I think 10 minutes ago I was not so nervous, but then I learned that the track was extended. So now I start to feel nervous to speak in front of this big audience. So my question for today was like, would AI be nervous for such sessions? Or are you just only human? So the track of today is around human aspects of AI. But before we do that, I will quickly pivot into who is the AI Innovation Center. So I'm going to bore you with a lot of slides for the coming 40 minutes about the AI Innovation Center and what we do. And then I'll do a quick introduction to warm you up for today's presentation around human factors and human elements on how to make sure companies, people, or organizations will leverage AI. So who are we? So the AI Innovation Center is part of the innovation agenda of the high-tech campus. And we are being founded by those 4 partners that you see in front of you, including, of course, the high-tech campus itself. We have a mission. We want to accelerate and drive adoption of artificial intelligence, leverage of data, as part of your ecosystem, your product development of your organization. So, and how are we going to do that? So how will it help you on driving adoption as part of our campus ecosystem? So what we do. For those who don't know us, if you can find us on the high-tech campus 5, where we have our thought leader in front of us, Paul van Son, who's the big sponsor of us, and helps us on driving as part of, let's call it, building an ecosystem. An ecosystem is where we help to drive value. So we try to make sure we mix and match the right individuals and demand, and also making sure that everyone is able to deliver what's needed to drive adoption with our partners that we have available. Our partners will help us to drive raising knowledge around AI using data, platforms, systems, infrastructure, but also trainings. As such, but I said that we try to match demand and supply around, let's call it, artificial intelligence at the high-tech campus and Brainport region. At the end, our residents and the people who are part of our Brainport region to adopt and leverage AI. So what we do? Knowledge, capabilities, we organize events, we make sure that everything is available, ecosystem development, matchmaking. Our partners help startups to succeed and leverage their platforms. And today we have the luxury that AWS will present how they help companies succeed in the field of artificial intelligence. So we have a growing audience today, and I hope you will all join us going forward, that we have 2,000 active community members as part of our ecosystem. 11 AI international partners, 16 specialized residents around AI who are joining also here us today, and we have already more than 50 events organized, +1. Right? Quick, our partners who are here, who are part of our ecosystem and can be leveraged, also in your expertise and also supply, but also sometimes need services from you. And we have the luxury to work with a lot of partners in this ecosystem, where AWS will be presenting today. So again, an invite, and I try to do this as fast as possible, not to bore you too much, but again, join us on the AI Innovation Educations. We have an awesome working space who's continuously being innovated to fit the newest needs of our residents. And we also develop and build partnerships to make sure if you are there, that you have direct access, low barriers, low social barriers, of reaching out to individuals or talking to individuals who are able to help you in driving adoption of artificial intelligence in your product development, your ecosystem, or your organization. So today, it's about a quick introduction. I have the luxury to introduce the topic around human-centered AI. The luxury, and also I need to say, on Monday I still feel the challenge, because I was like, okay, what will I now present? How can I really make an impact on how AI or data could help you transform? And the first thing I thought, I'm going to look into what's available on the market. I built a hype cycle. I go to Gartner, McKinsey, Forrester, and I will build something that you all know, right? So first of all, I think, how do I make it human-centered? How do I make it something that resonates for you? So first of all, I'm going to show you a picture. The person on the picture should resemble me, but it's a few years ago. So this is me, who's sitting on my bike, right? I'm a little bit more skinnier than then. It saves roughly 20 kilos. So I was in the best shape of my life. It was 2015. I was competing in an event called Haute Route, where I was driving in 7 consecutive days from Nice to Geneva. It's already a long drive by car, but I can tell you it was 950 kilometers in 7 days. Who is a cyclist? Who has ever sat on a bike and have drove through the Alps? Okay. Who knows the La Marmotte? So La Marmotte is 175 kilometers, and you need to ascend 5 kilometers at a single day. Day 4 of this event was La Marmotte, and then you still need 3 days to cycle. So the topic that I want to pivot around here is that I need to do something around performance enhancement. I need to make sure that I knew who I was, and I need to make sure that I came to a level that I was able to, let's call it survive, because at day 7 I survived it, right? It was no longer really enjoyable of this event. And I think what helped me in preparation for this event, it took me roughly 3 years to prepare, to be ready for this event, was data. So I leveraged data to enhance my performance. So what you see on my bike, for those who want to know, it's a Specialized. It's one of my favorite brands. I should be brand agnostic, so I will call Giant and others because it's live streamed. But I'm sitting here on my Specialized bike, right, who is being equipped with sensors. It's around, I have a power meter on it, something that raises heart rates. It calculates the temperature, and I need to learn who I am, right? So I collected a lot of data. You see in front of me my heart rate sensor. I need to be aware of everything that's going on. And I've learned something very important about this journey. And I learned something that what I feel and who I am and what I want to be is completely different. The data shows me something that I could not perform above 25 degrees Celsius. I was unable to improve, go fast, because when the temperature rises at 25 degrees Celsius, my power goes down. I was not able to output as much watts on my bike as I did before. I also learned when my energy level started to drop, my power drops, that I need to take liquid sugars. So I had those nice candies in those bags that I took a shot, and not one a day, maybe 15 a day, right? Just because it took you 7-8 hours to compete into a race. So I went out for training, came home, wrote down my notes, and I need to do the perceived exhaustion. So how did I feel? How was it that I was perceived? How did I perceive the exercise? So the question is, how would people perceive, or augmented by data, their working day? So I wrote it down, and then I go into an application. Some will know Garmin, some will know WKO, right? And then you get pivot charts and all kind of other charts that shows your performance. And then I've learned, okay, if I drive into a peloton and I need to fit the peloton dynamics, I could not perform because somehow I could not deal with the consecutive changes of power and faster and slower, etc. So there are some pictures available where I'm riding in front of the peloton and I will set the pace. I will set the pace how fast we go. So my dominant personality didn't let anyone move around, and I was very good in communication, I thought. So some change management was being applied in the peloton to make sure that we focus on what needs to happen. Because at the end, I want to make sure I was as fit as possible before I had the last ascent. So I did the training, I did the event, I did analyze data and food, and I brought everything into a big cocktail of data, my own personal big data lake. And I all use kind of tools and platforms to make the analysis. And more importantly, to share maybe, I started cycling on a particular reason in 2008. Okay, I was a little bit overweight. I was a little bit, I could leverage some exercise to become fitter and better. But I also use it for one simple thing, is also just enjoy myself, going out on a bike and enjoy the ride. The question I have, if we would augment every organizational process with data, and we'll augment everything that we have with everything we do, we will still enjoy it. Because I can tell you, when I finished this event in 2015, I cycled for another 2 months and I stopped cycling because I hated it. I really hated it. I hated cycling. And I did it really. I drove 15,000 kilometers a year, 12,000 kilometers a year. Really years that the rain was too much or the wind was too much. I just made 8,000 or 9,000 kilometers and I loved it. Until the only thing I could do was live by data. I had a cockpit in front of me, and if I didn't perform and it didn't show the right KPIs or metrics, I couldn't. My trainer, Camille, I still love the guy, he told me if you become better, you need to stop working. Because I was cycling between 6 and 20 hours a week. So I'm living in the southwest of the Netherlands, and I drove from the southwest to Eindhoven, back and forth on a single day, just for training. Get up at 5. So you need to have some motivation, right? And then I drove 200 kilometers a day back and forth, because then I had the endurance training that I needed. And I fitted in everything, but I really lost everything to enjoy, because the only thing that mattered, do I hit my metrics? Do I hit the performance that I need to achieve? Is it really something that I could benefit from? And I only could better if I put more effort into it. But was it then human? Was I still human, right? Is it become a machine? I can tell you who was telling that I was a machine, I was no longer a father for my kids. Right? I got really strong feedback of all kinds of it, but the data does matter. And I'm very curious today in this panel what we will find out if we help organizations become and enhance their performance. So, moving into the next conversation, right? So, autonomy versus autonomous, right? We all talk about autonomous vehicles, autonomous decision automation, etc. So I leveraged a lot of data. First of all, I didn't get anything of my cycling performance, nothing. I really didn't know what I thought. I started collecting more data, harvesting more data, temperature, tire pressure. You know that you will get on your bike and every single day you will pump them up to 8 bars because that's the right performance. Then you learn you need to do less because it's better. So you start diagnostics, you start learning and doing it. At the end, where I really lost, and because it supported my decision on food and everything, and then the next step would be decision support, right? Automatic gearing, autonomous driving. But did I really feel autonomy yet? Was I hijacked by data? But I think this model is something that is scripts that many organizations will go through, right? They don't know what they have on data. They don't know what happens operationally in their supply chain, in their financial processes. And they will start collecting data, and eventually they would love to move to decision automation. And the human factor will become less, and less. Well, today we still flourish by being the hero, being the knowledge hero, being the champion into your organization. And therefore, I think it's important to take some consideration into mind for today's conversation, is that it's quite a gap to close. You need to be very mindful about the gap that you have human interaction, human champions, human knowledge, into full autonomous organizations. But I think it's still utopia, but it's quite close. I'm still nervous presenting here, but will AI or data really be nervous in presenting you all kind of information? I don't think so. So we need to be mindful. So we need to be mindful about the gap. So I will put in front of you today for this picture, it's a mind the gap model of Ron Myers. Again, it's a model. There are millions of models who help you to put the human aspect and human considerations into a field. But at the end, what I try to explain, it's always in organizations about product development, changing individuals' lives better, health, wealth, or anything else, right? It's around performance enhancements. How do you help doctors become better, spend less time on transcribing information? So they want to move to the current state and future state. And I think this model shows a way of dealing with the potential effects. So for today's conversation and the panels that we have in front of you, we'll focus around change willingness, your ability to change, and your change clarity. And when I make this for organizations, I personally consult, I will call this the heat map. Sometimes they have contracts that doesn't allow them to benefit of making changes because they have a contract that does allow them to scale down their organization. One of the other hot potatoes that I always ask, are people equipped and trained, and do they have the understanding about how technology could augment or help them to improve their performance? But sometimes if there is complete unclarity about the why would I change? And I've spoken to a few of the panelists today where they're really helping individuals. They will potentially find a lower change resistance. If you go into the mass transformation in large corporate, potentially you'll find a lot of willingness issues and clarity. So take this model in mind today on our conversation. And I hope we'll be able to address this one. For now, I'm going to hand over to the next presentation. So I want to say thank you for your attention, and let's move on to AWS. So I I want to introduce Andras, right, and Felipe to present their story around artificial intelligence.
All right, talking about getting us nervous, Sebastian, thank you. Lots of reasons for me to be nervous. For those of you who studied the agenda a couple of days ago, you would expect a certain gentleman called Oren Steinberg here to present instead of us. Well, unfortunately, he's Israeli and he's in Israel, so he couldn't come. So we're jumping in to share a similar message. Thanks for having me. I'm Andras, Hungarian name in case you're wondering. I'm 12 years in the Netherlands. My team serves AWS customers in the high-tech and manufacturing industries in the Netherlands. Been at AWS for 7 years. Most of this time I've been serving customers in the Eindhoven region, Philips, NXP, Signify, and many others. So that makes me privileged to be here because I really subscribe to the idea that this is one of the smartest square kilometers in all of Europe. I learned this morning that obviously there's lots of you here, not just from Eindhoven, but for me to get to know you a little bit better, hands-on, if you're not from Eindhoven, let me start with the easy one. Thank you. Hands up who has done some Python coding in their lives. Thank you. Hands-on who has fine-tuned some foundation models. A few people, thank you. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about Gen AI today, so a certain part of AI. And I'm going to do a little bit of introduction why I'm so excited about this new trend in AI. Then I'll hand it over to my colleague Felipe, who will walk us through a bit more detail what are some of the use cases and how this will really impact all of our jobs, our way of working, because it will. And he will talk a little bit about, well, this is not a given. There are some barriers to adoption of this technology and how we see those things at AWS and how we can try to help with those things. And we hope to leave as much time as possible for a Q&A at the end. To get us warmed up, let's start with a bit of a video. Imagine you are selling products on Amazon. You make devices. And you want to list your product on our website, and you want to get creative in how it's listed. Well, here's some exciting new feature. It's just one of like 50 or 100 videos I could show you how Gen AI is changing just Amazon. And it's just throughout the whole business, lots of ways in which it changes the customer experience, but also us workers, people at AWS or at Amazon itself. It's taking the industry by storm. A lot has happened. Can you imagine? It's still less than 12 months that ChatGPT launched, right? That's when the whole idea of Gen AI became really popular. It feels a bit like magic. You can just type into a chat box that, hey, I want pumpkins on my picture. And then in a second, you actually get it, right? Obviously, most of you know it's not magic. At the base of it, there's foundation models. And what makes them really special is that they have so many parameters, right? Now we're measuring them in trillions lately. And they're trained on internet scale data that really makes them look like really general purpose, right? We used to have simple machine learning with simple inputs, simple outputs. With deep learning, we were able to give complex inputs to models, but the outputs were still pretty specific, narrow AI, we called it. And this seems to be a huge step in general purpose AI. Now we're, in my opinion, still far from AGI, artificial general intelligence, but generative AI is a big step in that direction, right? Um, how do foundation models change our way of doing data science, right? So I still remember making project plans and budget plans and business cases the way the left picture shows, right? We were planning to do months of data gathering. We really needed huge data sets of labeled data to make any sort of deep learning perform at any meaningful level, right? And you would have to do this for every single model over and over for every single use case. And it typically took months in an enterprise, year plus. You needed a big team of data scientists, so you were easily in the millions with your investment. Now, you take a foundation model, you bring your data to the foundation model to fine-tune it, perhaps, and you have to just write amazingly little code, very few lines, and what it can do is multiple use cases at once. So if you take a step back, this really radically changes the picture of what's possible. So this is what makes me excited about the next decade. AI projects used to make sense in industries or use cases on the left side. This is a picture from Andrew Ng, who's listing all the use cases of AI on a scale. On the left side, you have these big return on investment type of use cases, typically in the ads business and web search and so on. As you move to the right, through the software industry and more in the industries that operate in the real world, in the physical world, right? That touch hardware, that touch semiconductors, electronics, agriculture, all those use cases, checking the quality of your pizza, agriculture, output enhancements, material grading, all kinds of use cases in what I call the real world, the industries I care about. And those are, let's call them $5 million return projects. And if you made the business case, there are many of those that were made in the last years and shelved because the investment was also in the millions, right? Because you needed months and months and lots of data and so on. Now, if that's no longer needed and we can do these things in weeks with very little code and with very little data, labeled data is of course always better, but you really need radically less labeled data to work with foundation models. That really unlocks this long tail of use cases. These are the industries I operate in. I showed you an ads use case at the beginning, but majority of Amazon's business is in the physical world with fulfillment centers, with large logistics channels and robotics. That's why I'm excited about Amazon business. These are the businesses the Netherlands and Eindhoven is famous for, right? We're not exactly known for our innovation in the ad space. Yay, So that's why I'm excited for also, not just for Amazon, for the Netherlands, for Eindhoven, because it's going to be the decade of those long tail use cases that touch the real world. And, I think they're better for humans because they are not about your attention on a phone, but it's really touching the environment and so on. So, enough about me being excited, but obviously this is a fast-moving space. There's not one big foundation model that's going to cover all of those long tail of use cases. So customers, companies, whoever wants to build these things will need a range of foundation models, big and small. If you can start with small, great, go for it. So at AWS, we figured, okay, the future is about choice of foundation models because the use cases are so diverse. So we decided to launch Amazon Bedrock, which gives access to a managed service that hosts these long selection of foundation models from the best known providers, open source, closed source, to really get people started and to democratize the access to Gen AI in general. Coming back to why I'm excited. 3 of the companies on this list. This is a list of companies that already are working with Bedrock and are innovating. 3 of them are from the Benelux, right? Philips, Booking, and Showpad. So, in short, I'm excited about all the AI projects that this is going to unlock. But to get into a bit more details about Gen AI and how it impacts use cases and our jobs, I will invite Felipe, my colleague. Felipe leads our efforts in AI ML for the Benelux. So he speaks with hundreds of customers on a regular basis. So let him share his unique insights in some of those barriers to making this happen and how we can tackle them. Felipe.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you for the nice intro, and very happy to be here with you today. Good morning, everyone. And as Andres mentioned, to dive a little bit deeper into the use case, what you see in the industry. This is based on my bias, talking to the customers in the region. So I lead the machine learning business in AWS in the Benelux, and I would love to share with you what we see happening, at least in the past year, with our customers. So let's start with use cases. Guess I have some delay, yeah. So why Gen AI is picking up so much? So building up on top of Andres mentioned, there is the long tail of use cases, but not only that. It's not a single industry. It's not a single use case. Generative AI has real use case, real ROI, cross industries and cross use case. Just using this for example, this comes from McKinsey research, as always. It can go from engineering product. So think about knowledge management, right? A lot of companies already had a knowledge management system, your own internal search engine. But today, you can make people find the right information much faster and get a summary of the right information, combining different data sources to go, either to get a paper moving forward, to get a product defect solved much faster. That's one of the use cases. And you can see from engineering product, marketing, sales, supply chain, customer service, and IT, usually from 10 to 15 being conservative ROI. But if you look for IT and R&D, if you think developer productivity, think about code assisted, code generation. There you can get gains up to 50% of productivity. If you have 1,000, 5,000 developers, the impact is huge. And of course, it can vary. It depends on the developers from 10, 20, 50. We saw 50 in our own internal research, but there are people claiming 10x, right? So I wouldn't share those numbers, but it really depends what you do. And then I mentioned engineering product. If you think about marketing, of course, target marketing and chatbot, a use case people are aware of. And if you look to supply chain, is also interesting because you can have tender optimization, also risk analysis, supply your providers, selection of supply selection is quite relevant as well. So besides the use case, I think I really like this graph here because it's put into perspective, if you look to the y-axis, the global impact of generative AI. Just trying to put some dollar numbers in billions for the different functions in a company, how much the use case can generate value. And this is really aligned to what I see in the region and probably to what you see in the media as well. Is starting for the top right, you think about customer operations, right? A better customer support, either a technical assistant support, a better contact center, chatbot. That's kind of the standard use case everybody's aware of. People got in touch with ChatGPT, people chat with an AI system, so you're expecting that. Moving to the left, software engineering, well, code-assisted tools. I think that's another very common use case. And moving more to the left, if you look to sales and marketing, getting access to information, knowledge management, what I mentioned before. Very straightforward use case. If you're a salesperson and you need to go to the right presentation, right customer, right messaging, being much faster to find information. But not only that, think about target marketing, hyper-personalized messaging for every customer, a different tone, a different messaging, a different image when you reach out. Okay? But those are the standard use cases that people are mostly aware of. I like to go a little bit down here. Think about product and R&D, product-assisted design, getting the first mock-ups, the first ideas, the first design out in a much fast-paced way. I think that's very, very interesting. There's a lot of interesting use case come out. And also, if you look, supply chain is not very much in the news, but if you think about it, think about a better demand planning, not on the forecasting part, but just playing different scenarios and be able to extrapolate them. Or automation, right? Andres mentioned some use cases. You're getting all the warehouse automation part or different recipes, process automation. That's quite relevant, and that can get a lot of value. So that's what we're seeing also in the industry in the region. And then, of course, the question, right? How is it going to impact jobs? And also relating to what Sebastian mentioned before, how is that going to change your life? There are different views, right? And this is not AWS view. I'm just sharing what we see in the news, what we hear from customers. But I think this is the most common, at least today. Things in Gen AI change very, very fast. But if you really ask people, ask experts, what people kind of common sense is that AI is not going to take your job, but the people who know how to use AI well, they will, right? So it's more getting the knowledge, learning how to use those tools. Jobs are still going to be there. Jobs are going to evolve, but people need to start learning. So that's one view. I just want to share a little bit more with you. That's from Fortune. If you look to MIT Tech Review, quite similar. AI might not steal your job, but could change it. And I really like it, the change part of it, right? The jobs are going to evolve. You're going to be using different tools. So you also have the learning part on top of it. If you want a little bit of contrarian view, just putting the economist here as well. So a little bit more conservative. Your job is probably safe for now, right? I mean, in the short term, things might remain the same, but you need to have a competitive advantage and start looking at that. I think that's very relevant. Also sharing some personal anecdotes. Today, I lead the machine learning business in the region. A few years ago, I actually was leading a warehouse for Amazon.com in France. And if I just think of the amount of use case you can have, think about root cause analysis, right? End of the day, something went wrong, something, inbound, you have a problem in your supply chain. At least in Amazon.com, the amount of data we have is enormous. And as a manager, if you want to really find out, you need help, you need to look to different data sources. You might lose hours to really nail down what happened. If you use generative AI, not to get the insight out of the box to you right away, but to assist you, to point you out to something relevant for you to look first, to speed up the process. That's a very good starting point, and I would love to have those tools available 5 years ago. And also reporting, end of the shift, monthly reports, right? Instead of people copy and paste graphs and put in a document, just automatically generate with new insights, things that we as humans might not be able to identify patterns because just the vast amount of data we have, getting those insights out faster is a lot of value being provided. So those are just a few examples. A few questions to you to warm up a little bit. Who is confident generative AI is going to impact your company, your business? Okay, around 95%, quite optimistic audience, well, I guess. Who is already integrate generative AI into the roadmap? Not too bad. So we are in a tech region, so more than 50%. It's reducing, but that's interesting. Next question. Who has already deployed generative AI into production? Okay, now it's really shrinking. Now we have less than 5%, which is usually what I still see asking to people. What I'm really curious is why that? And that's, of course, what we're going to discuss later. But what are the biggest blockers for generative AI or for innovation of Gen AI? Somebody wants to share one, too? No? Everyone? Like, one person. Let's make it. Trust. Very good one. Trust. Okay, thank you very much. So the next part of presentation is what we see. What are the barriers to adoption? Trust is going to be there as part of it. And what else we see as well? So we have 3. Apologies. The first one you see is the skills and organization structure. Even before trust, right? It's something new. You need to learn how to use it. You need to get acquainted. You need to lose the fear. Like the trust in yourself first, right? So how we can tackle that in your company where you live? So first, just to show the gap, these are HBR, so Harvard Business Review research from August, quite recent, with managers and employees in companies. Most of the employees believe tech savviness and digital adaptability will become more critical. So the majority of people believe, you need to be tech savvy, at least to adopt those technologies. But only 37% of the respondents, they believe they are part of a company who has the culture to do it, who has the culture that emphasizes digital and data intelligence. So there is a big gap. How do we close this gap? Oh, at least that's what I believe in. That's also coming from HBR, so not only me talking about it. First, you need to build a foundation of fluency in your company, but not only company, circle of friends. Just make sure people know the basics. If you're a product manager, and you're considering putting AI into your product, what's the impact? What are the consequences? What are the trade-offs you need to look at? If you give a wrong answer to your customer, do you have any brand reputation issue there, right? What about the quality? What about the data source you're using? Ethical concerns, trust. So build a foundation of fluency that people can talk about the challenges. You don't need to know how to code, but at least you know the language and you know whom to ask the question. That's step number 1. Then once you enable people, make sure to keep them in your company, right? Cultivate good talent. And if you have tech-savvy managers, they can also help you to hire the right talent, at least to assess when you're doing an interview. And the last one, support digital responsibility. Those are new technologies with also impact on society, impact how you do things. So you need to have cybersecurity in mind. You need to be transparent, and you need to reduce biases, to make sure you don't have bias on your models. And these concepts needs to be discussed leadership in a company, but the knowledge needs to be cross-company. So if you want to learn, just a small tip, is always good to share something. We do have, of course, a course that you tend to recommend that's Generative AI with large language models that give us very good basis on how to get started. This is on Coursera. If you like Coursera, done with people from AWS with Andrew Noog. We had the slides before from him as well, very famous on the AI space. So just one, there are hundreds, right? This is the one I would recommend, but there's much more. Do your own search, select the top 5 you want, and get started. And the second step is not only learning in silos. You don't want just every individual to know and not share anything. You need to make sure people in the organization, they talk. People share what they learn, okay? That's step number 2. It's quite related because if you look to the first part of it, how to improve collaboration. Everyone has a basic understanding of how AI works. Again, that's gonna enable people to discuss topics. Similar to the one before, so if you give this basic amount of knowledge, people can discuss it. The second one is extremely important. Prepare for continuous change and adaptation. So change. Why change? Generative AI is moving very fast. Every other week, there's a different model, a different high-performing, state-of-the-art model. That might impact your product. Because if you're putting things out, if you're using open source, you do an update, your product might behave very differently the week after. How do you cope with that? How do you cope with competition coming with something new, right? You need to be ready for change much faster than before. We keep on saying that in the past 10 years, but still we have things that keep on driving to be there. So just be aware, and be aware that your product roadmap, if you have a 1-year roadmap that you don't change, that might be an issue. Be ready to change monthly, right? Depending on the industry, of course. Last but not the least, build AI into the operation model. What do you mean by that? Break silos. Break silos of data. Make sure different divisions, they can access each other's data because you're gonna need that data to really have quality into production. It's machine learning, right? Bad data, bad outputs. You need to have the data across organization, and not only data, knowledge as well. You want different divisions talking to each other. Why that? I really like the next slide. Because we introduced before Bedrock, right? That's the Amazon solution for generative AI. There are different ones, different companies. But usually people think the starting point is a large language model, a foundation model. This model that can perform multiple tasks. The way I see the thing that's really going to disrupt in the future, but this is my personal opinion, take it for a grain of salt, are agents. Agents will be models that can orchestrate different models, but also perform different tasks. If you think about single model like GPT-4, ChatGPT, you ask a question to a model, you input text, you get text out, okay? An agent is text to action. You can ask the model to do something for you, and the model, for example, is write a mail to my customer about what's happening, why my package is delayed, something like that. Those agents, so different models, are gonna communicate. They're gonna go to your CRM system. They're gonna go find information. They're gonna get the root cause analysis. They're gonna write a mail, find the contact to your customer in your platform, and send the mail to you. Okay, performing actions, and that's, from my perspective, is even more disruptive. And that's coming from different providers. We at AWS, we have agents for Amazon Bedrock. If you want to try out in your company, reach out to our account team. So far it's in preview, but you can share more information. So that's what's coming. That's why you need people from different divisions to talk. Going back to the previous point, this is process automation to a different level, right? In process automation, you need data from different divisions. And people need to be aware how it works, otherwise it's not gonna fly. All right, so going back now, related to the trust point that was shared before, the second barrier will be risk. What do I mean by risk? We have here 6 risks of using generative AI. Some of them are correlated, of course. You have uncertainty and hallucinations. I think that really relates to the trust point raised before, because some of those models, so they might not be deterministic. You might ask the same intent, but it's slightly different question, gonna have different results. Some of the models can increase the creativity level of the model, and is a probabilistic system and get different results. So how do you do with that if you put into production, if you expose to a customer, but also internally, same people in your company getting different answers? Is that fine? Right, that's something for you to think. Second one, copyrights. You have a vast amount of models you can choose from. Some of them might be trained on different data. Do you have the rights to use the output of those models? Depends if the data was trained, there's some IP constraints, for example. So something else to keep in mind. Bias, of course, you want models that are trained in a diverse data set to avoid biases, and also vulnerability. Through prompt injection, you can maybe steal data from companies, right? You prepare for that. And also, of course, you have ethical risks, as we also discussed before in the previous sessions. So those are the risks. And it might make people afraid, but there are a way to overcome most of them. Actually, all of them, but at different levels. A very simple one, if you're using those models, you can put guardrails around them. For example, this is our own model, so it's Titan, is the name of our large language model, it's part of Bedrock. Very silly example, who are better drivers, men and women? Right, there's many silly examples you can try. And in this place, the model is saying, look, I'm not gonna answer because gender is not an indication of driving skills. Right, at least from my perspective, is correct. And there's many other examples that you can do in this way. Right, so if you want to expose those kind of things, you need to make sure, okay, can I check? Is the information factual? Can you refer to the right place where it comes from? That's one example. Another example, code generation. We at AWS, we also have a solution that's called Code Whisper that you can integrate to your IDE and get code generate automatically for you. But you need to think about the whole production part. If you're an enterprise, okay, can you use that code? And since we put this out more than 1 year ago, we build this with an enterprise mindset. It's not only about code generation. What we also do, we scan for code vulnerabilities to avoid, threats on your product. And what we also do, we flag for code that resembles open source for to check if you might have any kind of IP issues on your product. So this is really important. This is critical. And those are the things to be checked. So when you select a model, select a product, make sure it's also ready for you, for your enterprise to go to production. And just, this is a very silly, simple example, but I see many companies going through this now, so I think it's good to share as well where to start, right? There are risks, there are different use cases, I share different industries in your company. In your house, if you want to do some home automation, where do you start? Well, this, any high school student can do for prioritization, very basic. Make sure you get all the use cases you list, talk to different divisions, get product managers, get division owners. Just make a simple 2x2 as always, graph effort and impact. Right, as you do for any use case. GenAI is not different. But make sure to list it because a lot of people get stuck into the tech hype. They just want to do something. They want to do a chatbot. Make sure you link to your business returns. Once you do that, make sure to also put size or color coding, whatever you want for risk, for the risks I mentioned before, for you to know if it's a customer-facing application and there's a risk of you giving a bad answer for your brand reputation, make sure it's visible there. And if you do that, if it's your first use case, get a smaller one, to get experience. If you already have experience, of course, get the biggest ones that are going to generate more impact to your business. And to close, the last barrier I want to share with you, cost and environmental impact, right? Those models are big. They take energy to train, right? You want to live in a more sustainable world, and also if they are big, they're going to cost more to run. Just a quick one here. If you look to Alphabet's chairman claim here, if they would implement large language models instead of the standard keyword search, that would cost probably 10 times more. So imagine all the searches around the world costing 10 times more. That's not really what we want, I believe. What I really like in the end, if through fine-tuning, it will help to reduce expense quickly. Why fine-tuning? What does fine-tuning mean? You can have a very big model who can do a lot of things very well, or you can also be more environmentally sustainable and with a cost mindset, get a smaller model, much faster, much more effective, and give you some of your data focus for the use case you want to put out, fine-tune it, and make it perform at same level with much less energy consumption. So that's one way. And by the way, we have a lot of models you can pick from. So first we introduce to you Bedrock, a handful of models we select in a managed way. If you want to explore a lot of state-of-the-art models, we do have SageMaker Jumpstart, one of the services, and there you have the long tail of models for you to explore for a specific use case. One very relevant here, I don't know if you know Hugging Face. Who knows Hugging Face? Oh, okay, I don't need to introduce Hugging Face a lot, but it's a hub of open source models. I think now there are 380,000 models that you can pick from. And what's interesting, you can have a model card, you can see what the model do. They are some of them are already fine-tuned for specific industries, and you have a very close collaboration with Hugging Face that with few clicks of the mouse, you have the model ready on your environment, on SageMaker here, and also optimized to hardware. That's the second point I want to touch with you, is not only about the model size, but where you run this model. And in this case, we innovate in our customer behalf, and you have create custom silicon that's much more effective doing training and inferential. And you are very creative, so we call AWS Train for training and AWS Inferential for inference. That's the second version. And if you map for those models into this hardware, you can get reduced cost and also be more sustainable because they're more efficient. Just an example, Amazon search. So I think, can imagine a lot of search happening in the Amazon website. the goal here is 16,000 transactions per second, and you want to reduce latency. And by migrating to inferential, we reduce the latency to 3 milliseconds, and the cost of the infrastructure reduced by 85%. So it's really worth it. When you have something at scale to map to the right hardware, you're going to have a better environmental impact and reduce cost. And if you're more technical, if you're following the latest advancements in large language models, here you have Llama 2 from Meta, and here you can see mapping Llama 2 7 billion into inference 2, you got 60% faster inference and 70% lower cost, which is pretty cool. So that's the last one to adoption. So I close my part here, give back to Andres to summarize the presentation.
Preparation to Q&A, I guess. Lots of insights there from Felipe. Thank you for that. But just to try to sum it all up, yeah, all these new projects that live in the real world that Eindhoven and the Netherlands cares about are now going to be suddenly viable. It's going to look very different. So, you know, that picture about how data science projects look like up until 1 or 2 years ago and how they should look like in your project plans and your business case documents is very different. Much more feasible, much shorter lead times. As Felipe said, focus on starting with small modules, see if it works for you. With a little change, you can go very far. Because it's so different, get ready to learn, right? Probably people in this room understand this, but I think very few people realize how different it is and that this is something organizations and companies need to learn, how to deal with this and how to plan differently for this, but also on an individual level, how to use some of these tools. The other message is there's no function, there's no role in a company which will not really be impacted by this. So all professionals, you know, R&D, sales, customer support, research, they can all benefit from these so-called co-pilots to their work. And I think it's going to stay human as long as we indeed build co-pilots instead of, building full automation end-to-end. So with that, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. This is the link to Felipe if you want to follow him. Please give us some feedback. We're really curious how this came across. So use that link to answer 4 questions while we move into Q&A. Any questions?
If there are questions, I'm going to throw you the box or bring it to you as the first one, so you can ask some questions.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Nur America. What remained with me is this graph you showed from McKinsey. It shows, let's say, the adoption of generative AI. At the right above corner, we saw customer operations and IT or software engineering. And if you look at the bottom left, then yeah, there were others like financial domain, etc., which I found very curious. I mean, you explained very well the barriers of adoption, but I'm thinking, are there other dimensions? Like when you look at the upper right, it looks like an incremental step. You know, the adoption is easier when you look at, law or financial domain. It is not that incremental. So what are your thoughts on that? I think there lies more behind it than the barriers which you mentioned.
Get started if you want. I think the first one is more the maturity. That graph is changing, and it's changing weekly, right? If you think about code assisted, it's a very easy thing to get started. Basically, in 2 minutes, you connect to your IDE, so your interface, and you go and run. So if you want to implement that to thousands of engineers, you can do today. Tools are available and it's ready. So it's also easier to calculate the impact, right? If you think about other use cases, you might require the last barrier didn't touch is more bring to production. We call foundational model operations, right? To have the operations in your company, we're going to enable to put human in the loop, retrain those systems. And as long as those use cases are not packaged, yet ready to be used as a managed service like code and a chatbot, it's going to take more time. and it's going to cost more in the beginning to get ready. So it's more about impact. I think it's evolving, and then the cost for some of the industries still going to require more cost to enable this use case. Not all the use cases explore, so we couldn't quantify. It didn't go up. So I think it's a maturity with readiness of tools today that makes chatbot code assistant much higher, because just there, a few clicks you get. The rest is still evolving, but I do personally expect that graph 6 months from now to look different. Some going up, some going down, depending on the use case.
Thank you.
Who has another question? Oh. First, then switch.
Thank you. Hi, so I'm Joelle. I'm a student in AI, researching the capabilities and also the limitations of these large language models. And I was wondering, because I see that the question of accountability is now a really hot topic on discussion. So, of course, when we implement these generative AI techniques for example, customer support as chatbots, then, of course, there also will be mistakes made by these models. And I was wondering, what are your personal views on the accountability issues? So are users who use these models also accountable for seeing when possibly mistakes are being made? Is it the people that make these models, or the people that, for example, that also implement these models at this company, for example? What are your views on this accountability issue?
I take this one. There are different levels to it. I think there's the basics that most of the companies are doing. Just state this is a chatbot, is using AI, just make it transparent. And I think this one is quite easy, most of the people are already doing. The second one is how you bring the message to the customer, right? One thing that I see companies put into production is not only answering, is okay, this is the answer, and if you want to double check, I'm getting the answer from this. So it's kind of a RAG approach for people who are more technical. We just put, okay, coming from those documents, and that's really good. So those are the first steps. Then, okay, you have the question about responsibility, and I think it's a share model, right? The company needs to make sure they put all the tools in place to show it comes from, if you cannot answer, to be transparent, cannot answer, going to put you in contact with a person now, but having those flows in place. And the other one also, we have the models to make sure you use the right one, and then the expectation for the customer. So, and then I see that change. I see startups moving much faster, just going, put something out, getting customer feedback, because the customers knows a startup and is more flexible. And I see more enterprise, hundreds of years, they're a little bit more cautious. And okay, we're just gonna customer face once you check out the boxes. So the speed is gonna depends on the company, and the responsibility is a kind of share model where you have the model provider, the company exposing that, maybe the chatbot provider as well, but everybody needs to have all these ethical questions and responsible AI in mind.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Remco. First of all, very nice presentation, both of you. Thank you very much for that. I would actually not like to ask a question, maybe just give a remark and some experience. When you're showing numbers of productivity increase through generative AI, what you see is that actually if you dive into the studies that have produced these numbers, these studies are actually not the most fantastic studies on Earth. And they're also very few. So there is a significant risk that when you present these numbers, people, especially in management, start to misinterpret those as cost-saving opportunities. Yeah. And I think that is something that I would like to point out to everybody here, that we should not think about these numbers as actually true. They are indicators of what might be possible in certain conditions, and that it is not a cost saving that you can get, because you still need all the humans to operate it, and they are therefore also still in the loop, basically. So I wanted to just share that reason inside that I gained when diving deeper into these.
I like that, and also to talking about keeping AI human, right? As long as we give the ability for a marketer to choose between putting pumpkins on an image or tomatoes or whatever, that's one thing. Instead of saying, no, you need to put an image of Brad Pitt because that's what's going to sell best, right? So, and prescribing it and replacing the marketer from her job or his job, right? So, as long as we augment and give superpowers, that's what it is.
Exactly.
And to add some color on the numbers as well, first, is recent field, right? So those estimations, some of like process automation, we kind of know how to estimate well. The use case is quite new, so numbers are going to vary. And the variance is quite important because if you look to productivity, like code automation, some engineers are going to be 10% faster, or they're going to be 10 times. That's an average. It depends. So really, I love what's said. Take it for a grain of salt. And to be honest, me as a manager, I would just take, okay, 10%, let's go and do it, right? Now, get your product managers, get the people who really understand, have them estimating, have the priorities and the impact. You need to do the exercise in-house. I'll never just get a McKinsey slide, okay, 20%, let's do it. Right, so I fully agree with what you said. I think this is more to have an idea that's an impact, so you need to be aware in your division and look. Some companies are going to say, no, it doesn't make sense to us, fine. The ones that make sense, then you go to the next step. Okay, where it is, can you help the people and engage the right folks? Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the time is up, so we don't have any room for more questions. Oh, here it goes. Right.
Find us at lunch.
Yeah. Will you have? They will be close to our stand, so be invited to our booth, right? Thanks, Felipe. Thank Andras for the presentation. We will do some quick reorganization because it seems that we will not be in front of the audience if we have the table set up, so sorry for that. In meanwhile, I would like to invite the panelists around the next topic, where we're going to talk about the everlasting changes and business transformation around AI and generative AI. So please would like to invite the panelists to join me on the table, right? I hope that everything goes well. So, as this is the first round table, we're going to find out where everyone will take their seat and if I'm going to sit or stand, what feels more normally. We should not look down on individuals, so let's see if how things would work.
Maybe I can sit.
Yeah, switch. It's always like this, so that's okay. Yeah. Good. Hey, let's do a quick audio check, right? So maybe just to start from right to left on a quick introduction from the panelists. And meanwhile, we will leave some room for people to move out to potential other sessions so that the room is more quietly. Thank you very much. So I should say Jean or Jeffrey, right? So you can choose which name, but please feel free to start your introduction. Yeah.
Yes, hello, my name is Jeffrey Hager. I'm the territory lead for ML6. We are a company creating custom AI solutions for a lot of other companies. Yeah, that's about it.
And I'm Jacqueline from Autoscriber. We build software that makes use, among others, generative AI to automate the note-taking process for doctors, so reducing administration and improving data quality in healthcare.
Edin Sachan, lecturer at Fontys ICT, a member of the Knowledge Center AI and the Research Center Lectoraat AI.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Well, this is true what it says. I'm Mariana. I work at Van der Lande for 11 years. Van der Lande, for those who don't know the company, we provide material handling solutions. And I am in the innovation department in this role. Maybe not very descriptive, but basically what I do is exploring new promising ideas and or technologies and try to demonstrate through tangible examples what it can bring.
Thank you, and again, a warm welcome for the panel, right? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, great. Yeah, perfect timing. Hey, before we start, the first question I have, right? So we spoke about the human factors of AI, and you are all operating in the field of AI. I hope the introduction already reveals a little bit of a different potential perspective of what they are putting go-to market. So I'm very curious in the area of Van der Lande. You are implementing algorithms as part of your products. What are the first issues you encounter as an R&D manager and R&D technology owner putting algorithms as part of your products?
Well, the challenges that I encounter, at least in my area of work, I think sometimes losing speed. Because when you are innovating and experimenting with things like generative AI, I think it's really important to focus and go super fast, like faster than ever before. So this is what I find very important. And we are also quite a large organization, so this complexity sometimes creates this challenge that I explained. Yeah. But this is not the only one.
You know, why is it important to go fast, to have speed?
Yeah, because we are trying new things that are not existing yet. And the faster, you, as we say, faster you fail, the better. Of course, we don't want to fail too often, but that's actually where it comes from. We want to very quickly validate whether what we are doing is in the right direction, and then, yeah, adapt.
Is already the culture at Van der Lande, because I think we spoke about organizational culture, ready for fail fast, fail often?
Yeah, that's what we are trying to foster. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe going to Jeffrey, right? So you are consulting in a lot of different industries and organizations. Do you already find the right culture at every organization you consult with?
I would say it depends a bit. So there are, of course, companies which are very digital natives, as we call them. So they're very used to working in this with a lot of data, also in marketing and retail. In those industries are very fast. Also in the commercial, they use commercial models to, for example, increase their sales and those kind of things. Yeah. They have more like the manufacturing companies, for example. They're a bit more conservative because they would like to understand why something is the case. So indeed, like, you cannot just produce a model which will give an output. No, it really needs to be explainable. So you need to be able to really explain why a certain model gives an output. And there are ways to do this. Also in the whole generative AI space, this is definitely possible to do. So I would say diverse very much per industry.
So I think what I got back from your feedback is that manufacturing is differently in adopting AI/generative AI capabilities. What are your potential barriers that you found in this kind of industry? Is it cultural? Is it technology? Is it quality? Is it cost? Where are those conversations that you need to face?
Yeah, I think it's more about trustworthy AI, and that's what was already discussed a bit. But like these generative models, like if you look at, like, for example, ChatGPT, they will always produce an answer, right? So they have also a tendency to hallucinate. There are ways to mitigate this. So you have more like, if you want a generative model to give answer on a question that you are having, maybe about doing maintenance or maybe any other question that you might have, you want to maybe connect it to your knowledge base. So there are more like traditional, is a big word, but more like traditional kind of search engines, which you can put in front of those kind of models. So basically you have a question, you first do more like maybe a search, like a semantic search, and find documents that are relevant. Based on these documents, you give it also as an input to the large language models. And then give an answer based on this document. And by doing that, you can actually link it to the source. And you know where this answer is coming from. And this will generate much more trust in believing that answer is true. Yeah.
And you're saying that is opposite for marketing organizations?
In marketing is also important, of course, but like these models have a more general understanding of language. So I mean in customer care, they are already able to understand and communicate like back and forward, basically. Of course, you still want the answer to be true, so you could use similar technologies, but a lot of use cases are already, you can solve them with out-of-the-box solutions, like, for example, AWS or any other party provides.
Yeah, interesting you touched upon human-machine interface, right? And then I would like to pivot into Jacqueline, right? So our describer is around a human-machine interface. So what is your perspective in your field of expertise? Because I think it's around healthcare on adopting AI/generative AI capabilities.
Yeah, it's actually the human-machine interface is a good starting point, because initially we were a little bit worried in the healthcare sector about especially the older generation of doctors, that we thought maybe they won't be as open to using this new kind of technology. But we've actually found the opposite to be true, in that the older generation is way more excited about our technology, because it's a lot more natural to interact with a computer by using natural language, because that's the way that we communicate with each other. And they like this a lot more than trying to click through legacy systems that they now use and try to fill in information in hundreds of different fields and forms and trying to navigate their way around millions of clicks just to log one data point, when the solution that we provide is to interface with the same kind of technology, but just using your normal voice, your normal speech, and it basically does it for you. So we found that the adoption on the user level is actually very positive, very eager. Nobody likes to do admin, and if we can take that problem away by actually giving them just an easier interface to do what they're already doing, they're very excited about that.
Are you now trying to explain that your product fit is so good in your market that you don't have any social barriers of adoption?
That's a very hyperbolic statement, but I'll take it. I think where we do encounter some issues are more on the management front. So we work a lot with hospitals, and they, as are we, are concerned about the kind of data that we work with. Obviously, being in healthcare is a very sensitive domain, so we spend a lot of time, energy, and resources on trying to make our solution trustworthy. There's a lot of talk about trust. So I think that's the biggest barrier that we face. But on the actual user front, it's mostly euphoria that we are encountering.
Sure, go ahead.
Promised we can do whatever.
I've promised that they can ask questions to each other, right? So
because I was triggered. You said that you were surprised that older generation was more enthusiastic. So I was wondering, like, did you figure out why that is? Why the younger generation? Is it like maybe they take it as a normal thing? Do you know why?
I think it's just because they are better at using the technologies that they have already. So the younger generation types a lot faster and is a lot more familiar with these kinds of computer interfaces that they now use. Whereas older generation maybe started out their career on pen and paper and now all of a sudden have to navigate through.
So for them the value is much more clear or bigger.
Yeah, so for someone that types with 2 fingers, it's a lot bigger of a step than someone that's looking at the patient while they're typing.
Yeah, how many fingers do I use? I don't know.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good question. So the younger generation. Yeah. So you are responsible for making sure that the younger generation is more effective. So what I'm curious at, right? So we talk about older generation, all kind of difficulties, some euphoria regarding some, let's call it typing with 2 fingers, but you're really building up that new generation who is grown up a moment in time and go to the, let's call it, employment environment where they will leverage those new technologies in AI. So what's your experience with this young generation?
I'm a lecturer, and I learned ChatGPT for my students. So 13th November 2022, and 1 day later, 2 days later, we saw our students working. And then if you walked, and then they changed the Alt tab, they changed the screen. So I sat next to them and I said, "What's this? Tell me." And then we learned it and used it with a couple of colleagues. After 1 week, 2 weeks, we sent a letter to our how you call that, the CVB, the bosses of the school, Fontys University of Applied Sciences, to tell them, to warn them, this will have impact on our education. And we are not the only one. In New Zealand, in South Africa, and in Canada, all the education field has the same questions. What can we do with the take-home exams? Or how can we give them or let them write essays without or with using generative AI? So the students are much faster. The youngsters are much faster than the teachers. Okay, with respect for all our teachers, of course, you have some teachers who are doing a really nice job, but we give courses and lectures on secondary schools, on vocational schools, and other University of Applied Sciences. And in a field like with 100 people, and if I ask who has an account on ChatGPT, only 30 or 40% of the teachers will share their hands because of the lack of time or the anxiousness for new things, because some of them came to me, a teacher who was above our age. He said, "I am happy that I can send an email, and you are now asking me to use these kinds of tools." So we have to educate also our education and our teachers with this.
So it's quite a journey. So I have more like a personal question. So last week my son approached me that he needed to build a poster for one of his, let's call it, CKV.
Art, something with art.
Kunstculturele vorming. I was interesting, so and I said, let's sit together, let's use DAL-E, and I said, no, that's not allowed. He said, but if we use this platform, that's not in the list of excluded tools. So, how do you make sure? Because I think that's also interesting, right? So it's about, is it something you are on the mind? Like, how do you copyright, privacy, data sources, uniqueness? Is it something that you will allow for? I'm very curious about your opinion about how would it augment students going forward versus that they still need to learn all the, let's call it, stuff that's widely available and easy access.
Very nice question. What we see is that we can't stop or forbid tools like AI generative tools. Some schools tried. Italy tried for a couple of weeks, and after 48 hours, Pizza GPT was launched. So to let the people use GPT without going to the OpenAI tool, what we did as Fontys University, we stopped in September with the Turnitin AI cheat check tool. You know, there are a lot of cheat checkers companies who says we can check if something is written with AI or not. We are advising our teachers don't use it because of the false positives, etc. To make sure that if the companies are using it, and we are preparing students for this professional field, they have to use generative AI. So of course we have to teach them about ethics, about bias, and about hallucination, and to double check what is spitting out from these tools. Sometimes they copy even the text as an AI language model, and they forget to delete it. So as a teacher, and of course, if you receive a letter from a student with the first sentence in Dutch, it's easy to say, ik hoop dat het u in goede gezondheid treft, or something like, I hope it will receive you in health, then we know it's generated by ChatGPT.
It's obvious, right? So yeah, yeah. So also, it's for me difficult, right? So as a father, just to raise my kids, telling them that they should leverage it, but how do I know I do right? So what I'm curious at, if you're working with organizations, Jeffrey, right? So how do you know it's right for them? How do you know you are doing the right thing as a supplier, as a vendor, helping organizations to be more competitive, better than the other one?
Yeah, like I think the student example is it's a productivity tool in the end, right? Which companies use to increase the amount of work that they can do. That can be on coding, but it can also be in writing emails. So I think, it's important that you keep this human in the loop and educate indeed the person who's using it. Like, okay, indeed there is things like hallucination. You still need to you can use it, but you need to check yourself if it's correct or not. So I think that's very important. Also, especially in the educational system, there are of course ways to also examine students in a different way, how they should, if they are skilled or if they've built skills or not. Of course, you can do it in a written form, but you can do it also in other forms. So I think in the educational system specifically, you need to really change that. But on a company level, I think, you should use it in a similar way. Like if you use, for example, things like Copilot or Cody, or to help you write code, you should still check if the output makes sense and if it's correct. So you need some kind of expertise to do that.
So what I'm curious at, right, so it's really more like, and again, I'm known to deviate from the question list. I'm curious about, okay, I think skills is important, right, we talk about, but what I'm curious about is my own question, like valorization from skills, like the value of knowledge. How do I still know that the doctor that is using platforms is a good doctor? Because they're being augmented by generative AI. So how do I know that the individual who's assessing me is really have the capabilities of being a good doctor?
It's an interesting point. It's also something that we've been thinking about, what is the next step that our technology enables, and because at the moment we're just reducing administration, and that's our main selling point. But what we're actually really doing is we're getting better data into the system, and what that allows us to do is to actually move towards data-driven healthcare or precision medicine. That is something that everybody dreams about, and I think that we're able to outperform doctors in that way if we are to leverage the capabilities of machines. I was at a healthcare conference a couple of months ago, and they showed statistics of doctors versus AI models in predicting the lifespan of cancer patients. And they showed the AUC score, which is a score basically scaled from 0 to 100, if you look at it like that. And if you get a score of 0.5, it's random guessing, so you may as well have flipped a coin. And doctors scored 0.45 on the scale, which means you would have been really better off flipping a coin. And the AI machines had a score of, I think, 0.9 or 0.88 or something like that. So the reason why they were outperformed so drastically by the AI is because there are so many different factors that influence something like your life expectancy after a certain diagnosis, and humans are, according to the presentation I listened to, only able to account 5 different factors at one time. And you get very good doctors, but they're typically very good because they have good intuition, and that's shaped by the experiences that they've had as a doctor and all of the cases that they've seen. So if they are confronted with a case that they've never seen, they will not be as good at that as at something else. Whereas if we equip them with AI that has seen a lot of different cases and give them that extra bit of information, I think that you will get a lot better results for the patient.
So in this case, prioritizing, of course, the patient itself, but how do we make sure, and that's also curious for and also Erling, is how do you make sure then education catch up? Because a lot of the knowledge is being captured already into systems and applications. How do you make sure you follow that? How do you make sure your workforce or the students are ready? Let's start with you.
Yeah, well, maybe just start with a personal example. So what I try to do, like always stay fit, not only physically, because I also sport a lot, but also mentally. And so I follow this guy, Andrew. I think you also use his reports in the presentation. So take courses regularly. And we have a community, AI community at Van der Lande, and colleagues also who are not in that community. But what I'm trying to do to inspire and to motivate them also by example and just explaining why I believe this is important. But of course, this is very bottom-up approach. I think it has some limits at some point. So I think it's also important that it comes from top down, so that that we really not force, but something like find a way how to stimulate that people are training, that they are obtaining new skills. And with Gen AI, I think there are a lot of enthusiasts who there is a lot of desire to learn things, but there are also a lot of people who still not convinced that they need to find this 3 weeks to spend on that beautiful course.
So interesting, you're saying bottom up, right? Sorry, top down. Management needs to be aware, make sure that they know what's going on, facilitate time and development. But the story of Erling is okay, hey, we had creative students starting to use some tools and platforms, and I say, that's interesting. That sentence in that letter is something that I don't recognize. So what's your view and take on it?
Yeah, really lucky as a university that we work with more than 100 companies, maybe also companies that are here, because we need companies, we need professionals. I'm now 13 years of a teacher, lecturer, and before I worked in the commercial world. But I don't want to become a teacher who say after 25 years, still giving courses about books. So we need the companies, and we also know that the smaller companies come to us, asking us for help. So the smaller, the MKB, I don't know the English word for that, but yes, you understand. The smaller companies, they are asking us. So it's a real new field, okay, 11 months. Sometimes I speak about generative AI in the history, and then it's about 4 or 5 months before. So we are cooperating with them. We learn from the companies, and the companies are learning from us. But I think there must be something like a Delta plan for AI. There are some initiatives. We missed the boat with the social media and the usage and the addiction and the bad things about that. We missed the boat with the smartphones. So now schools are talking about to forbid smartphones when the parents are using it all the day. And now I hope that we don't miss the field within the generative AI to teach our youngsters, parents, and even everybody about the problems or what you can do with this. Yeah. So we need something, and I hope the government and the municipalities and the companies help us, the education field, to think about it. So digital wisdom, media literacy, talk about, there are youngsters that believe, please don't discuss about this now, that the pyramids in Cairo are made by aliens. So, and then not about the youngsters who think about the flat earth movement. So we have to teach them the fact checking. What kind of sources there are there? If we all knew about this Google, if you search Jiangmen Square Beijing, you get a fake image from this tank man, and it was on Google, and Google deleted. But what's real and what's fake?
That's interesting, right? So what's real, what's fake? But interestingly, I'm curious about the fears that organization faces. Coming back on the barriers. So, Jeffrey, I think you go out, right? So I would be curious, and you don't need to disclose any names here, but I'm very curious. What are your top 3 difficulties you face between, for example, leadership and the SMEs, or do you see still caveats or gaps that you need to close, or organization needs to close between leadership, structure? Promises that you cannot make reality?
That's a good question. I'm thinking, like, it was a bit already said before, but I think it's important to start where you want to add value, right? Like, there were a lot of companies, and it was with Gen AI, but also with the more traditional machine learning, that companies said, yeah, we just want to use AI. And I think that's never a good case. You should always think, okay, how can I add business value for my company? And really start from that aspect, and indeed, like, do your own internal research of defining, okay, how can I do that? In terms of, I think, coming back to the learning aspect, I think you learn most by doing things, right? So I think 70% of what you learn is just by getting your hands dirty and using the technology. I think 20% is roughly about trainings, and 10% is about reading. It's typically what you can do. So I think it's, of course, important to understand and provide from a leadership point of view that, okay, teach your workforce about what is Gen AI, what can it do, but indeed then also provide the right opportunities, that you define projects that a cross-functional team can work on. Also maybe look at partners in the industry who have a lot of experience, so you can start building together and really get hands-on experience, because that's the way that you can learn fastest, in my opinion.
You say that there is a kind of FOMO in the industry, fear of missing out. So the real, let's call it, barriers, they are no longer there. Because I think, just to be honest, you will go into a company and you will replace human interaction. I have a personal example that had during a large merger and acquisition. We had a very intelligent guy, just came from school, right? And we were doing a project on optimization of license usage because it was a user business case. And he was listening for an hour to that individual, of that, let's call it, very senior individual who was doing that for years. And he said, wow, if you give me a day, I can replace your work with an algorithm. It took me 6 months to convince that guy to document his knowledge. So I'm very curious, Jeffrey, about your feedback you have as an organization, because you come in, and are you always perceived friendly, or are you, yeah?
You mean by the end users then? Or so I think that a lot of companies are indeed realizing, like, we need to do something. So there's indeed sometimes also a bit of fear of missing out, but like, Gen AI is not always the best solution for everything. It's just a tool that you can use. I like, we try to more educate, like, the companies that we work with, like, okay, what are you actually trying to solve? What are your challenges? And then we're going to look, okay, is Gen AI then the right solution or not? And I think that's important. Your other question probably refers more to, are people afraid of using it? But I think, especially the things which are repetitive, a lot of humans also don't like to do that.
Okay.
So you can also use generative AI to, for example, help you write these emails or help you write code. And this will release your of time that you can actually do on more design thinking, or maybe other tasks that are more creative. And I think a lot of people like to do that as well.
Okay. I'm very curious to your field of expertise, because you're driving algorithms into, so I will be, your products will eventually also, I think, find in practice, into go-to-market, you will find that you will,
I really hope
go there. And go to market, but also replace individuals who are doing heavy lifting and all kind of stuff. So do you experience in your role difficulties to get those algorithms or those products, those AI, into the products and then into the field?
Well, difficulty in what sense?
In driving adoption of your users, of the product
Yeah.
development, or
Yeah, I think like what at least what I find personally important, and in general I think what matters is to think about the value, the final value that you are delivering. So and for example, if we are working on a actually real example that we are working on right now on something like a operational body AI assistant that can help a person to run the complex system that we actually provide. Yeah, so the solution that we are trying to create is not like going to replace the person, but only help the person to do really the valuable work. And what is challenging, I think is also to be expected, is like to get to this really valuable and usable solution, you need to iterate. And it's not like you know from the start what exactly you need to make. You need to loop your user very often to like show, is this really helping you? And just coming up with the right questions to make sure that you are creating something useful and not get like discouraged somewhere halfway.
so develop in 6 months in the back office and then move out and then show this is how we're going to do your work. So really
Yeah,
involve.
that's not the way to go. No,
Yeah,
just
it's
really from ideally from the start involve those who will use it.
Yeah.
And show like if you and I agree totally, you should start with valuable use case. And sometimes you see this technology push activities, how we call them,
Yeah.
where we start with the technology and what it can do, but still very quickly, if you want to pitch it to someone who makes a final decision, yeah, I will sponsor it, you need to wrap it in a business case, and it better has a good business value. Otherwise, like, why to focus on that?
Slowly but steadily, we're at the end of the panel. My conclusion would be there's currently a certain level of FOMO, where there's a fear of missing out within organizational leaders and experts who want to join. Right? It's important to start with value, right? So what is the value conversation? What are the right use cases that will help individuals? Augmentation is still, I think, something you refer to, right? So it augments themselves. And now, of course, I was trying to provoke you on what if you would displace individuals, would you still find the same level of FOMO? What I'm still unsure about. But I think it's the right time on augmenting and helping individuals to adopt generative AI or AI in general to become better. Interesting to share use cases on the healthcare. And Eddie, thank you very much for your student use cases and interesting dynamics. And I hope I have some feedback from my son too, right? Jeffrey and Marina, thank you very much for your participation. And let's move on. For now, we're going to move, I think, into the lunch program. I'm trying to get some feedback here. And we will return at 2 with the next program. For those who are online and looking to the streams, thank you very much. We will start at 2 again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back after lunch, right? So everyone is ready for the after lunch dip. Snoring is not allowed, right? Except if it generates data that you can leverage from medical use cases. I'm proud to invite one of our residents. What I remember started very small, and interestingly, when I was working for a former semiconductor company, I still remember Fabrizio walking in with an idea around some kind of AI acceleration chip platform. Unfortunately, I couldn't grasp the idea back then. But I think if you look on social media and what the company has been achieved recent years and have been able to tape out / deliver already a solution, a platform I need to call it right. It's great to have them here. So I want to give a warm welcome to Bram Ernst Verhoef, who is co-founder of Accelera, who's one of our residents. And I don't dare you to call you a scale-up anymore. So welcome.
Wow. Okay. Nice compliment then. Yeah, so pleasure to be here. So I'm a co-founder of Accelera AI, where I'm leading the machine learning efforts. And today I would like to talk about how the next wave of AI is fundamentally changing the way we live and work. And when I mean the next wave of AI, it's really about generative AI, because this type of AI is relatively recently really giving a lot of opportunities and already changing the way we are working. And before I go into this topic, I would like to ask you one question. Who here has already used a generative AI tool? Raise your hand. Okay, great. Yeah, a lot of people. Awesome. That kind of fits also with a recent survey by McKinsey, where they found that about 80% has already tried the generative AI tool, 22% is regularly using it already. And of course, it's a little bit more in the more taggy kind of professions. But overall, this is really a good number and representative of what you are here. So, question then is, what is generative AI? So most of you already have a good feeling about this, right? What this is. But often when I hear or ask for a good definition, I just hear that, yeah, this is an AI model that generates something. But really, every AI model actually generates something, and it's not so really clear then what's meant. So I would like to briefly go into this direction, so that we're all on the same page. And a good way of introducing generative AI is to contrast this with more discriminative AI. And discriminative AI is maybe a little bit older type of AI, where the goal is really to classify, and it's still frequently used. But the goal is really to classify between different kind of categories. For example, images of cats and images of dogs. And the goal of the model is really to find discriminative features, so features that really make it easy to classify between these different kind of classes. So this can, for example, be the shape of the head, type of fur, and so on. And if you look at these models and how they do this, it's pretty interesting. So these models have different kind of layers, and if you check the representations of these images in different kind of layers, you'll see that in the initial layers, these representations for cats and dog images, for example, they're really entangled, and it's really hard to classify between them. But if you look towards the later layers of these models, you can see a nice, does this work? No. Separation between the different kind of representations for different kind of classes. And at this point, it's really easy to just draw a line or a plane between them, and you say, well, everything on top is an image of a dog, everything below the plane is an image of a cat. So that's discriminative AI, and the nice thing about this is actually that things are similar inside the brain. So this is actually an image from a neuroscientific paper, but it also holds for these AI models. So a nice similarity here going on. So this is discriminative AI. Now looking at generative AI. And here the goal is not to really find the discriminative features that allows us to classify different kind of images, but really to model the whole distribution of features. So everything that is to know about images of cats and images of dogs. And why would we want to do this? Well, in a later stage, once you have a really good model, you can then start to sample from this model and generate new images of cats and new images of dogs or something more interesting. So how do these models do this? Well, these days, most of these models, they make use of transformer blocks. And transformer blocks is a small type of neural network that learns to pay attention to the most relevant parts of its input. So I'm not going into the mathematical details here, but I think to get a good understanding or intuition about how this is working, there's a nice study here being done where they, here there are 3 paragraphs, and they're almost the same. The first 2 paragraphs are being read by human participants, and they indicated where they paid attention in order to complete their tasks. Then the AI model did the same kind of thing, also read that paragraph, and also then we could then look at where the attention was being given. And if you look at the words that are being attended, both for humans and for the model, you see that these are very similar. So what these models have learned is really to pay attention to the most relevant parts of the input text in order to complete the task. So that's the main block these days of these generative models. And actually, if you look at the most well-known generative AI models, like Stable Diffusion, for example, this is really how they work. They really consist of stacks of these transformer blocks. For example, Stable Diffusion, there are 2 types of, 2 networks actually. There's the image generator network in orange in the center, and then there's also the prompt network. And in both networks, you have these transformer models that are really processing data. So for the image generator network, that's pure noise, that is the input. So it's just black and white kind of dots. And it then transforms this noise into a real image. But if you have used already Stable Diffusion, you know that it generates an image according to the prompt that you have provided. So during the image generation, the model is constantly paying attention to this prompt, this input prompt, and in doing so, it can really generate the image that you want it to generate. So for example, a cat in a medieval harness. That's one of the examples. So that's how Stable Diffusion works. And actually, large language models, it's like the Llama, the GPTs, the Bing Chat, and so on, they all work in similar ways. Also, stacks of transformer models that process the input. And the really particular thing about these models is that they are trained on lots and lots of data, basically the whole internet. And what these models only have to do is to predict the next word given all the previous input that they have seen. And turns out that this really simple training recipe actually causes a lot of nice behavior that we can use in various kind of tasks. And we will see a lot of the examples later on. But a good example to if you want to look at what is possible if you start to mix and match this kind of networks is given over here. So here you will see Tim Cook, CEO of Apple. He will give an English speech, but this English speech is then first converted to English text by an AI model. Then this English text is translated into Hindi, and subsequently the Hindi text is then back converted into speech, but with the same voice as Tim Cook has. And then finally, the image itself is also changed, modified in such a way that the lip movements are synchronous with the new Hindi speech, so that it looks really realistic. And this then looks like this.
स्थानांतरी प्रारंभिक बड़ा कमान है जिसका महत्व अत्यंत बड़ा है और इसके बारे में बहुत कुछ जानना आवश्यक है.
So that's Tim Cook speaking Hindi. And I have no idea whether this is correct, but I trust the AI here. So this is some of the cool applications that you can do with this generative AI. And you can imagine that you can use this kind of capabilities in simultaneous translation or augmented reality applications and so on. So that is the introduction into generative AI. And before I go into the multiple use cases of this type of technology, I would like to briefly go over some of the problems related to this, so that we have a fair understanding of what these models can and cannot do. So the first problem, well known, is these hallucinations. And this means that the model predicts something that is incorrect, but is very confident about this. And we will see an example of this later on. The other thing is overfitting. So these models are trained on lots and lots of data, and sometimes they just literally replicate the input data on which they were trained. And if this input data was sensitive for some reason, for example, this can be problematic, of course. And also it leads to poorer generalization. Bias is a problem. If the model is trained on data that is inherently biased, then there's a good chance that the model will also be biased. So we should really take care of that. They're sometimes difficult to control. And now a lot of the people are focusing on this prompt engineering, so that you get the right prompt. With the right prompt, you get the right output. But you can see that this kind of prompt engineering is now already embedded into GPT, for example, and it's getting better and better. But there's still some improvement to be done. These models are also difficult to really understand how they function. Often it's a complete black box, and people often want to know how this works. So this is for us still an issue to work on, despite the fact, for example, that we also don't know how the brain works, and we don't care about that. We still work with it. Another problem is over-reliance. So these models, they are very intuitive to work with, right? So the natural language with which you communicate to it, the natural language that you get back, it makes it so personal, and we start to, and because these models are also so powerful, we really start to trust these, and we should still be careful because of all the other issues. Ethical concerns, of course. These models, they can generate kind of obnoxious output in some cases. Creative concerns as well, right? You hear a lot about these copyright infringements. If they're trained on copyright data, they can generate new kind of output that is also, it's questionable in terms of copyright rights there. Fake news, right? These tools now, everyone can use them. They are very powerful and makes it very easy to generate fake news. And this is already happening, and this is something to take care of. And the high cost. Not only to train these models, these are huge models, but also really to deploy them. These are very costly, and most of the companies that are actually working with these models, they are losing profit right now. They are not making any profit. This is mainly because it's too hard to really deploy them in an economical way. And we as a company, by the way, are working on that, and I'll show you some of that later on. So, an example of an hallucination, and I got this example from Mieke de Ketelaar, who is an AI specialist in Belgium, where I'm from. And the question I asked ChatGPT is very simple. What is the product here of 975 times 538? ChatGPT gave me the answer, but it was completely wrong. So I asked, well, are you sure? Because I have a test tomorrow at school, I want to have good grades. So here I asked the model again. It nicely splits up this product into smaller sub-products, but all of the responses are actually wrong again. So then I said, but are you absolutely sure? Because I want to have good notes. And ChatGPT is very confident about this. Yes, I'm confident. Gives me again the wrong answer. And then finally, I even provide the answer to ChatGPT, but it's still wrong. So here, this is a typical example of a hallucination. But the good thing is that these things are already being solved. If you look at Bing Chat, this immediately gives me the correct answer. And the reason is that Bing Chat is really trained to use additional tools like calculators and so on. So these models, I think part of these problems, they will be solved in a relatively short time. So one of the other things is that these models, people always say, they're actually not really intelligent or creative. And here's this nice quote by Douglas Hofstadter. You may know him of the author of the book Gödel, Escher, Beck. And he basically says here that, well, these models are trained on lots and lots of data, and the only thing that they're doing is to predict the next word. And that's totally not intelligent and also not creative. So, well, let's put this to the test, right? You can actually ask these models to do a creativity test. And some people have done this. They took the TTCT test, which is a particular kind of creativity test. I had never heard of this before. But apparently what is supposed to be done here is that you imagine that a hypothetical situation is true, and then you think of the consequences this situation would have, and you give some solutions for problems that arrive in these situations. For example, suppose all children became giants for one day out of the week, what would happen? And if you ask this to GPT-4, obviously something that they haven't seen before during training, at least very likely, then it gives a lot of answers that touches upon economics, psychology, cultural phenomena, and so on. And pretty good responses. And if the responses are then scored by human scorers, GPT-4 scores within the top 1% of all the test takers. So with this definition, at least, of creativity, GPT-4 is already creative. But you could say, well, that's not the type of creativity that I have in mind. For me, creativity is something more arty, some paintings or so. But even there, right, there are some examples at least where these AI models, they do really well. Recently, this spiral medieval thing that became viral on different social media. This image here won an art competition prize, and only later on it was discovered that it was done by an AI algorithm. So whether AI is really creative or intelligent, okay, that's still open for debate, but at least it's making steps towards it, and it's a very useful tool in this context already. Last thing that I would like to mention is, and I briefly mentioned this already before, is that these models are super large. And also when it comes to the number of computations that need to be done for one inference, which can even for a smaller model like GPT-3 be 10 to the 15 flops, which is quite a bit. And this is a real challenge. This also relates to the costs of these networks, and that needs to be tackled, also for environmental purposes. So this is generative AI, and we have looked at some of the problems related to it. Now let's look at the solutions. What can you really do with this type of technology? And when you think about AI, you automatically think about automation, right? It can do a lot of things for us. And it turns out that it's especially true in more the STEM professions, education, but also in legal kind of practices. And this may be surprising, but what they need there is really a good tool to summarize a lot of text. And these models are really good at that. And also GPT took the bar test and passed it. So apparently it has a lot of legal knowledge also available. Where it's not so much influencing automation is more in like agricultural settings, but also in like production work and so on. So this new wave of AI is really affecting much more the white-collar jobs and not so much the blue-collar jobs. And that's a big difference with respect to other types of revolutions, like the industrial revolutions that we had in the past. So this same survey done by McKinsey also found that the 4 applications where generative AI will generate the most value is customer operations, marketing and sales, software engineering, and R&D. So let's look at each of those individually. For customer services, chatbots are becoming very important. And there's this company called DoorDash that will observe that a lot of the phone calls towards takeoff restaurants, they're actually unanswered. And they made a chatbot that they call Dash AI to really answer all these calls and even make suggestions to complement their orders. So this can, of course, lead to a big increase in the revenue of these companies, and is a very simple problem that's already being solved by these tools. Now, for marketing and sales, automatic website builders are already present. And this can help like people in marketing to really experiment with different kind of website setups, different kind of media that they add to it, and even just build a network, a website from scratch. And here are some tools that can be used, for example, in these situations. So, software engineering, we've seen some example here, building the website from scratch, and we will see some more later on. And is also expected to become like a major market for this type of application. So the expected annual growth is about 22%. So it's going to be a very important kind of market to focus on for generative AI purposes. And when it comes to R&D, there's this interesting quote here from a well-known Google engineer that in 2019, he quoted that he predicted that the computer system would match or exceed the problem-solving abilities of the best human mathematicians within a decade. And last year, he revised this prediction and set a new target date to 2026. So basically what he's saying is that within 3 years from now, he thinks that these generative AI models will be better than the best human mathematicians. And that would be a major feat, right? Because we always think that mathematics is one of the most complicated things that we have invented as humans, and is also one of the most, well, productive tools that we have for new inventions. So it would be a very big change for all of us if this would be true. If you look at what the models can do right now, so if you let GPT-4 take the math SATs, or standardized test in the US, it already scores among the top 10% more or less of the students. And these are, of course, not professional mathematicians. These are still students. But it's still quite remarkable what these models can do. And here's an example of this. So the question here is, well, the greatest common divisor of positive integers m and n is 6. The least common multiple of m and n is 126. What is the least possible value of m plus n? I think this, well, it's already a tricky question, right? But what the model does here is it reads the question. It knows about a certain theorem here. The first theorem is given over here. It uses that. It writes some code to do some arithmetics. It enumerates a couple of solutions. And then it picks the best solution out of it and gets the correct answer. So there are already quite a bit of reasoning steps here involved, and also the use of theoretical knowledge here, which I think is pretty amazing that these models can already do this. Another R&D example is recently found by the collaboration between NASA, IBM, and Hugging Face. And they worked on an AI system that takes in satellite images and can predict where there are wildfires, floodings, or like deforestation going on, for example. So this type of AI can already help with combating climate change as well. So I don't think it's only in these 4 kind of applications that AI will prove very valuable. Actually, in gaming, generative AI is already becoming incredibly important in generating 3D assets, storylines, even complete worlds there. And there are a lot of venture capital firms now that are actually investing in startups that are working on generative AI for gaming. And then another field where I think AI will be very important is in medicine, in healthcare medicine. This is a typical example of these models that can really already predict where tumors are, for example, often as good as, or maybe better, as trained radiologists. But it goes even further, right? Google now has this model called MedPalm 2, which you can ask basically any question about a medical disease or medical conditions, and it will help you, will give you a response about diagnostical criteria, therapies that you can have in these situations, And these kind of models, they can become very important in like environments or locations on Earth where no trained doctors are available, and this can then really help out there. But you can even take this a step further, right? So nowadays, you can record brain activity, and in quadriplegic patients, so these are patients that cannot move their arms or legs anymore, you can restore some of the feeling and some of the motor activity there again. And this is how it looks.
So Keith's brain is literally connected to a computer. There are signals from his motor area responsible for movement going to the computer, and signals from the computer are going back to different stimulation points in his body, brain, and spinal cord. And the goal is to restore movement and the sense of touch in a lasting way.
So pretty amazing. And you can even take this another step further and use brain activity with a simple stable diffusion model to predict what a person is seeing based on just neural activity. So here they recorded fMRI activity in occipital cortex, temporal cortex, and used that model in combination with stable diffusion to generate what a person is seeing. And here you can see some of the results. So on top are the presented images. On the bottom are the predicted images reconstructed from the model. And you can see that there's a close correspondence between the two of them. And this may sound pretty freaky, that you can start to read what you're thinking just by using brain activity. But on the other hand, it can also be very helpful for like locked-in patients, for example, who have no ways of communicating anymore with the outside world. They can use this kind of technology to really start and communicate again. So that's some of the things that you can do. You can do a lot with generative AI. But now I would like to talk a little bit about some of the implications that come along with it. And here it's interesting that according to a recent survey that said that 72% of the CEOs think that generative AI is a very important investment priority, even despite more difficult economic conditions. And they see the return of investment more on the mid to long term than on the short term. So already they're starting to think about how important this is and really implement this. But if you want to do this, of course, you also need to make sure that your workforce is properly trained. And here it turns out that according to a survey, that people want to be trained in generative AI tools, but about only half of them receives the proper training. So this is something I think to really keep in mind, that we have to start training the employees already right now. And not only the employees, of course, but also the students, right? We have to think about, they are now learning, studying for a future profession. And we have to make sure that the knowledge that they learn, that is still relevant once they graduate and enter the workforce. And this is going to be increasingly difficult, especially because the pace at which AI is evolving is incredibly hard. So it will be a big challenge here to keep up. And I think in this morning's discussion, there was already something about this as well. So these are some of the implications. I think another thing is that this will be a new way of communicating with compute. And there's this AI startup here by some former Apple employees, where they made an AI pin. And I'll show you here what they do with it.
But for the human-technology relationship to actually evolve beyond screens, we need something radically different. Let me show you. Where can I find a gift for my wife before I have to leave tomorrow?
Vancouver's Granville Island is a lively shopping district.
That's an incredibly simple response for a very complex query.
So I think these kind of personal assistants and this kind of interaction with computers, so not anymore with your keyboard and your mouse and so on, this will really be much more and more be done with just natural language and other gestures, for example, in a very intuitive way. And you may even think that at some point, like operating systems, they will not be so important anymore. It's just going to be one big AI model that is running the whole compute there. And if you want to bring this kind of compute really towards these edge devices, like your phones or this kind of pin as they were using over here, then you also need to have the right compute resources for that. That's what we are working on. We have different kind of solutions for doing AI at the edge for smaller users, but also if you want to go towards like high performance, if you want to have peta-ops of compute, then we have partnerships with Dell that can help you out. So I think this will be a very important thing towards the future. Now, general conclusions here. I think there's this debate, right, between people that are really afraid of all the implications that come with this very powerful tool, AI. And then there are the more techno optimists that really see all the capabilities. And recently in this blog post by Andreessen Horowitz, it was really nicely formulated, the two extreme poles that are out there. Some people think, well, this is a new kind of Frankenstein that's being developed, and this will be bad for the future, for our children, for the environment, and so on. And then there are the techno-optimists that really believe that, well, most of what we have in society is built on technology. And this is an incredibly powerful tool, and we should really use it, hopefully, to increase productivity, to increase society, and also to, well, do good for mankind. Okay, I think from my presentation, you will probably have noticed that I'm more towards this side, although I also think that there should be clear regulations. But I'm looking forward to hear more about what your opinions are in this respect. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, here you go. Any questions you would like to ask? Sure. Are you okay? Then I will throw the box and you will catch it. You're going to try it? Yeah, ready for it?
Hello. My name is John, and can you show me the title of your presentation again?
Not sure if that would work.
It's. I remember it's something about the next wave of
next
AI
wave of
systems.
AI is transforming the way we live and work.
And I noticed that directly when showing it, you redefined the next wave to mean the current wave. Yeah. And I tend to agree with Dr. Jan LeCun that these large language models are something that we will look back to after 3 years and think, oh yeah, well, that was a nice beginner's effort, but nobody uses them anymore, etc. So my question to you is actually, because you know all this, what will now actually be the next wave of AI?
You see a lot of... I disagree with the statement that we will not use these large language models anymore. I think they will be used, but in combination with other types of tools. Yeah. And what you see happening these days already is that these large language models are embedded into agents. And different kind of agents work together to solve a much more complex task with a particular goal in mind. And this goal-oriented behavior, that will be, I think, really the next wave of AI.
Thanks.
Someone else a question? You can throw. Yeah. Oh, it's close by.
Hi, my name is Jolanda Duinhoven. Hi. I think you briefly mentioned the environmental impact of the models and the cost of it, and that you're working on that. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah. So a lot of these models are now being run into big server farms in the cloud. They are so large, they require so much compute that it has a very large environmental footprint. So what is happening right now is that people see that actually you don't need these very large models anymore. Actually, some of the small models with only like a couple of billion of parameters, they also do well, especially when you're focusing on one particular task. So that's one thing. Then you can also start to reduce these models even further using for example, quantization to a lower precision data format. You can do some pruning, compression of the model. You can even reshape the model in such a way that they run really well on particular hardwares. And then, of course, there's also such thing where you can improve your hardware itself to run much more efficiently. And we, for example, in our company, we have our own technology where we use in-memory computation. So we do the computations that are usually being done in a separate processor away from memory. We do it inside the memory. And because we do it like that, we are much more energy efficient, and this can really help with these environmental problems.
Okay, thanks.
Hey Bram, really nice presentation. I actually just have a question about the newest line of the Accelera AI products. I know you've been told me before that they are optimized often for certain neural network architectures, and I assume they have been doing that for transformers as well. If I would use Accelera AI chipsets for, let's say, training a Llama 7 billion, how would I go about this? Like, can I just go with a PyTorch implementation, or do I need to use your optimized toolkit for that?
So, yeah, good question. First thing is that we are specialized in inference. So the training we leave still for the cloud or on your own servers, but we are really focusing on inference. And for the inference part, you can just use PyTorch model as input, and we make it very easy for you to deploy it. We make sure that all the quantization, the optimizations that are being done, and you get the nice binary, and you can just start to run your own model. You can even start to build a pipeline of models by just bringing these together on our website, so a whole application can be built there. But if you are interested in really going into the nitty-gritty details, well, that's also possible. So we provide that possibility. Yeah.
Last short question then. What would the speed up be using your cards compared to the H100, for example, if for inference purely, such a model?
It really depends on how you compare. So what we are aiming for is a really powerful solution, but at very low energy or power consumption. So if you compare to a comparable NVIDIA kind of card in terms of throughput, for example, then we are a factor of 5 to 10 times more energy efficient, for example. And also when it comes to price, it's the same factor that's being used. So it depends on how you compare. If you compare to one of the Halo platforms that are a little bit slower, yeah, then we are both more powerful, but also more energy efficient. So it depends on your comparison.
Awesome, thank you.
We still have room for one question. I see we have two. Let's show you in the back. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Do you see the models now being catering to a specific field of expertise? Let's say model for just legals or model for R&D. Is there a direction moving towards that?
Yes. Yeah. Just 2 days ago, I was talking to a company that's really focused on that, and they adapt their models for really medical, legal, financial applications. And nowadays there are these nice tools to do this, like these LoRa tools, which makes it very easy to adapt your models for a particular kind of situation with a restricted or limited kind of training compute that you need to get there. So yes, it's going on, and it's also becoming much more and more efficient to do that.
Thanks. So we are end of time and ready for the next speaker. So first of all, thank you again, and give him a big applause, please. Thank you. So I would like to invite Hans to join the stage, right? So you will talk about transforming business models.
Yes, thank you.
Here you go.
Yep.
Yeah,
it
should work.
Yes, so Bram already told a lot about how generative AI is working and what the applications are, and I also want to talk a little bit about the business impact and how we are actually already working with these models and help companies with it. And you're looking at these little creatures, and these are our NEPL, and we are an employment agency of digital humans, and these are the digital humans. So this is Emily and Sam and Charlie, and these avatars are already working in different companies, and they are looking different, but that's for a reason, because they are all completely trained different. So they are all tailored to a certain company, certain information, but also in a way of working. So they are really adopted to the companies that they are working. More on that later. But yeah, first, how did we end up here? And I think that's what Ron was saying is it's like a revolution, a new revolution, but it's completely different compared to the previous revolutions. Like this is the Industrial Revolution, and it was automating everything we do by hand. So it's like the work you do, you make it easier, you make it faster, you automate it, but that's all the things that you do by hand. And what we are seeing is that the things that you still have to do by hand are actually the things that requires your head, and it needs to adapt to certain situations. So it's actually like the thinking work. And where we are now is like we are in the automation of thinking. And that means that we are not there yet, but that means that in a few years, we will probably automate a lot of the things that we can do, and it's left as a human. For example, if you ask me, I think 2 or 3 years ago, what the jobs were where you will be secured for a job in the future, it's like being an artist, because that cannot be automated, of course. Looking at these pictures, these are not mine, these are from Midjourney. And the other one is coding, development. Like, so you need to be a software developer, then you have jobs for 50 years. 60% of the code base that we have currently is generated by AI. So we now are 2.5 times more efficient than before, you can say. But on the other hand, we are actually hiring 60% less people in the tech department because we don't need them. It's already automated. And that means that if you combine the automation, things you do by hand, and the automation of the thinking, what's left for us? And that's also where our NEPO come in. So these are really helpful, how do you say it, co-workers. So they are real co-workers. They can do everything that some of their colleagues can, but they are completely made out of code. Our vision is that it will fundamentally change the way we work, and it will be completely different in the future. And that's a major thing, and that's this is irreversible, and it won't stop. And we don't know how it looks in the future, but I can show you how it looks now. We have no idea how it looks in the future. I think that's the most difficult thing right now, because we cannot foresee what is happening after the internet revolution, before the internet revolution. Nobody thought of TikTok. It's like we don't know what's going to happen. That means that AI is already outperforming most of the jobs already done by humans. So it started with handwriting recognition, but now, like I said, it's code generation, mathematics, what Bram was telling, and this will change a lot. Another thing that will happen, and this is what Bill Gates said, it's when we have an AI assistant that is doing everything for you, why is there a need for an interface? Like you have the interface of Amazon, it will completely disappear because you say, okay, I'm hungry and food is ordered. And when you say, I want to read a book, it gives a book suggestion and it's already ordered. So the way that we can look at working with tools and working with things around us can completely change because we will be assisted. And we also think that like having a conversation is also a more natural way of communicating with each other, and that's also why our NEPOs are completely conversation-based, just talking to each other, and that's the way that we interact with a computer in the future. So then we come to the NEPO, and these are your helpful co-workers, and these are already working in the tools that you already work. So we believe that you don't need more tools. I think there are enough tools in the world. And if you look to the most of the AI presentations, it's like a complete list of all the tools you can use and make your work a lot better. But yeah, I think that's not the solution. The solution is that you are interacting in a different way and not having more more buttons, more handles, more screens, more platforms. So that's also why our people are just working at the places that you already work, and that's like, where do you communicate with your colleagues? Where do you communicate with your colleagues? Wherever they are, yeah. So that's in the office. But when you're digitally communicating with them, it's like I can imagine WhatsApp, right, or Slack, or Teams. So that's the place where your colleagues are. And when you ask your colleague to do something for you, you will go there and ask the question there. So that's also the place that we thought, okay, that is where a NEPL need to work, because that's the workplace for a colleague. And we are now working with a lot of customers already, so also with PSV, but most of the clients that we have are now in e-commerce, and that means they have a lot of questions from their clients. And this is not like we are not employing chatbots in these companies, but it's like we are helping their teams to be more efficient and to also handle all the questions of their customers. And how do you do that? When you start with a NEPL, it's like onboarding a real colleague. So that means that it's the first workday of a digital employee, and then you come to work and say, okay, where do I have to start? What kind of information do I have to learn to do my job? So you start just with your handbooks. It starts with the website of the company, your HR plan, and also like the things that you provide to your employees. You provide that to a digital employee, like sending them all the documentations, sending them the links, and they will read everything and start there. Then the other thing is like the dynamic tools. So, and the dynamic tools, I mean like the screens and the buttons that you use in your work, like for example, your CRM, your OMS, your warehouse management. These tools, we also learn these tools to the NEPL because it needs to find information there. It has to search for information in your ecosystem, in your tool chain, to find the right information to work with. So that's what we do, like the onboarding. We start with, okay, you have to work in this platform and you have this information to do your job. And that's where it starts. And then your NEPL at work. So the digital employee, like I said, you can find it in WhatsApp and you can ask them questions about your work. So it's like a question about, I have an error on my product and what's happening. That sounds like a question that you can ask to a colleague when it is your first work week, but it can also be after 10 years that you say, okay, what was it again? And you start asking it to a digital colleague and it will search all the information that it has, all the information that it's trained on, but also the things that it has access to. And then it will come with just an answer, like your colleague will do, but it can also help you do your work. So for example, when a customer asks a question, it will say, okay, this will be the answer for your customer, and can send that out to your customer. And where we're also working on, like it's now more in the communication thing, but also doing things. So somebody asks, can you refund this customer? Can you send this to the warehouse? Then we will also start doing the process in the tools, and we just flip the buttons in the tools to do their work there. And I think that's something that's very useful. But then we come to the point where are we? What's up to us? Like, we don't have to do anything more in the company, and we can think of a company that is just based on different AI agents working in a company, and you have maybe some people that are talking to the customers, and some people that are just chit-chatting together. And I think that's something that we are going towards. And one of the clients that is now working with a digital employee is Toppie. I'm not sure if people know Toppie. They are from Veghel. Huh? Okay, Toppie is it's an interesting company. So what they are doing, they if you want to buy a swimming pool or something else in the garden, and you start Googling, you probably will end up by Toppie. And that means they are e-commerce, so they're just sending stuff to your home. But on the other hand, is also the more complex and larger products that needs a lot of advice. And that's what makes it interesting. And we employed Bob there, and Bob is helping on all the questions that come from their customers. So that can be product-specific questions, but it can also be like the e-commerce question. So where is my package? Why did I receive it yet? But also on how large does my swimming pool need to be to train for the Olympics? Things like that. You can ask all these things to Toppie, but also to Bob. And Bob's helped them. And what they did, and I think that makes it also a really interesting case for us, is that they embedded Bob completely in the company. Because it's the digital colleague, and it's on the website in their like this. These are our employees, and it's also internally in their how do you call it, Smoelenboek, their Facebook, and all the information that it has. It's all. This is also the information that Bob has. So he knows who he is and what his favorite color is and what he likes. So sometimes when a customer starts talking to Bob, he said, "Oh yeah, and my favorite color is yellow." It starts talking about that, but it's all the information. This is the character of Bob, and it's really acting like it's said here, but it's also on their Facebook. They completely onboarded Bob like their normal colleagues, and what they help with is not only being more efficient, so like increasing the speed of handling all the tickets, but they are also using Bob to make the quality of the answers that they provide to the customers at a higher level. And that's because they have more information. It's always friendly. It will always be in the right tone of voice, but it also have more information that all the agents possibly can have. So the quality of the answers that they are providing to their customers is going up because they are using Bob. And we integrated in their complete ecosystem. And for them, it was a really important thing to start with Bob, because they have seasonality. That means that when the sun is shining, then everybody goes to the garden and say, "Okay, I want a new swimming pool," or things like that. So they had to hire a lot of people in their summer season, and then you have to onboard them all, and you have a lot of issues there. So we help them with to handle the seasonal pressure that they have, and that's that they don't have to hire new people in the summer, and that really helps. The onboarding. So what we learned to Bob is like the manuals, and it's like the product manuals. So every product that they sell, and I think is about 30,000, and Bob has learned all the information that's in there. So it has always access to all this information. Also the knowledge that they have in the drive. So when some customer finds out something in their process or in the products, they put it in the drive and just type, "Okay, this happened with the customer and it was not going good." There's also the information that Bob is having, all the historical data, and also the things from the website. So there are a lot of blogs on the website about the products like this. It's hoeveel filterballen heb ik nodig voor mijn zwembad? How many filter balls do I need for my swimming pool? That's like a blog that they wrote to inform the customer. And the customers are not reading all this information all the time, so they have a question about it. And it's also using that information dynamically to answer the questions. And when people are asking for their orders, that's also really interesting, because then it just search in their order system to the right customer, saying, "Okay, your package is already shipped, but it will be delivered on Tuesday." Then it's like, "Okay, I see that the package is already shipped. It's probably there on Tuesday," and then they don't have to look it up themselves. It saves a lot of time, you can imagine, but also gives a better experience to their customers. And what we do, and I think that's also really interesting, it's like besides it's answering questions from their customers, it's also working in Slack. And you probably know Slack, but it's like an internal communication tool. And they are using it internally because when they are in the warehouse, they also have questions about, oh, what was this product? Where was it for? Where can I use it for? And do we have this in stock? And also this information is just given to the employees of Toppy because it's one of the colleagues that can answer all these questions. And this that also means a lot for their internal knowledge and working in the company. This is already told, and so this is a case of how generative AI is already helping companies to be more efficient, to help your customers better. And what we aim to do with this digital employees is like being a platform for digital employees. So that means that when you, with your company, and you're not shipping swimming pools probably, that you can learn a NEPL or a digital employee to work in your company, to learn how you want it to behave in certain situations, how they want to, that you learn how to handle certain processes. And then we are just supplying it and make it easy and just make them work like a normal human, so you can hire them and start with your NEPL. And that's where we're working on. And I think that's a nice application. And then the question: do we still need people in a company in 2024? You have a question?
First of all, I must say the visuals are really good.
Yeah.
Really original. And my question is, in the onboarding phase of this one.
Where's the box? Oh, there's the box. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I repeat briefly. I like the visuals so much. I think everybody else. I just wondering, in the onboarding part of the these co-workers.
Yeah.
In e-commerce, in the background, there are too many different systems, and they have interoperability issues. I mean, logistic, fulfillment, accounting, Shopify, other web shops. There are too many technical issues. How do you teach them to overcome, to find out the problem and solution alternatives? I don't know. I think this is also an important part.
Yep.
Are you guys also educating them on the technical side for problem solving?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you mean how do we integrate all these systems, and how are you managing that? Because every company is different and they all have their own compatibility issues.
I mean, in all these different systems have with each other compatibility issues.
Yeah.
And every e-commerce company faces them.
Yeah.
And they need technician who experience. And I just wondering, are you guys teaching them? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's thinking in the old way of integrating systems, because our vision and the way a NEPL works, it's like we are working in a system like a human does. So that means that when you can access information inside a system, then also a digital employee can. So it's not like APIs. It's also not RPA. It's really reading the tool and knowing where to find, what to put into the search box, and then find out and get that information and use that for your for receiving answers. So when a human can access this, and NEPL can also access it.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah.
Authentication. If one customer calls and then says order numbers, where is my order or the problems, how the system authenticated this is really this customer is.
Yeah. Yeah. So the authentication for the NEPL itself, it's like it has its own account. That's how it does. But on the other hand, what you mean, like when somebody asks for somebody else's order,
yes,
it's the same process as with a NEPL as with a normal employee. So a normal employee says also, okay, you can give me your order number, and they will check their email address, because then they know it's the right user, right? So we are also using these authentications and also learning that authentication to the digital employee, so it can handle it in the same way. So we are not making a new tool, it's like copying human behavior, but then automated by AI.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, the books.
Thank you. My name is Ramirka. Thank you for the very nice presentation. My question is related, but more on the technical side.
Yeah.
Because there are different ways to deploy language models. Like you can just use them,
Yeah.
you can extend them, or you can build them yourselves. Yeah. So in your case, during the onboarding,
yeah.
you yourself extend the model by feeding all this company-related tools and documentation. So who is doing it?
Yeah. Yeah. So how we are doing it, it's like also the same thing. It's we are copying human behavior there. So how you are searching in a document, our AI is also searching in a document. So it's not that we fine-tune or train. So for some situations we fine-tune the model, but it's not more like how to behave more like a human. But it's not like fine-tuning on find the right information in this document. So we are only fine-tuning the skills, and then what's left, it's like searching in a document in the same way. And of course we have some technique to make it more efficient, but the principle is the same.
But with, let's say, addition of each customer, then your system is evolving. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but it's more about the training and not about the knowledge. So the system is evolving on the way it works, but not on the specific knowledge. That's always search. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Prashant. My question is around the validation or evaluation of the responses which are coming in from the bot. How do you do you have any strategy? How do you do that?
Yeah. So what we that's also a good question. So we always provide the source where they found the information, so they can check it themselves. And we are not, in some cases, but in most cases, we are not directly communicating with the customer. So it's the employee that gets the answer and can use the answer for everything it wants, but it can also check where the information is coming from. And that's especially an important thing when you are using LLMs, because they are hallucinating a lot. So you want to check if the answer is right. And we have also a lot of extra checks to make hallucinating less, but it's always hallucinating. That's the nature of these models. So you have to have the right source to find the answer. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Apurva, and thank you for the mic, Prakash. So my question is on the ethical consideration. How does NEPL deal with things like bias and privacy, for instance?
Yeah. I think that these are completely different things. Bias and privacy.
Absolutely.
But, bias is it's in the end it's always advice that we provide, and it's never we don't make the decisions. That's a very important thing. So when you have an AI model that's making decisions, then bias is a very difficult thing. But we also let the human be in control of if the last decision, and that also means that when a decision needs to be made, then always we actively reach out to one of the colleagues and say, okay, I can do A or B. What shall we do? That's how we fix that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can automate it, but then you have biases. So it's yeah.
Hi. For the company who's hiring the digital people, what's the cost?
That's very good. So NEPL has a salary. I think that's the way. That's the first thing that you need to know. So it's like there's not an implementation. It's just like hiring people, and they cost money like normal people do. They cost less than real humans. I think that's a very important thing to note. So that means that it's around half a normal salary of the same human. So that's that's how it works.
I have a related question, a bit more philosophical.
Yeah.
I
like it.
What if the question you pose here, or the answer to the question you pose here, would be that we need much less people? What do you think about how the distribution of wealth should be? So, what should we do?
What's your suggestion?
Sorry? Do you think of a basic income, or do you think of the the CEO of the company, well, he just is a lucky person, or
yeah.
Can you shine a light on that?
Yeah, but I think that it's the same thing that happens with the last revolutions. I think two things will happen. The first thing is our productivity will go up. I think that's a very important thing. So we can create more, and creating more doesn't mean more pollution and everything. It's like, yeah, you can do more also on that side. So it's like the output of what we all do will be more. So there's also more wealth to distribute. That's something that happens all the revolutions. The other thing is we will have different jobs. And that means that some jobs are maybe a little bit pointless, but is making a podcast right now, is it pointless? I think it's still useful, but it's not a job that you will qualify as useful in 20 years ago. I think that will be completely different. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Where's the? Oh, there's.
Hi.
Yeah.
My name is Thomas. Previous speakers spoke about co-pilots. Most people speak about increasing capacities of AI. You yourself say perhaps we'll have a peopleless company in 2024. My question is, do the real human employees experience any problems with the loss of autonomy if NEPL colleagues are hired?
Yeah.
And if AI, follow-up question, if AI doesn't have the same capacities as humans yet, could these people who experience a loss of autonomy hold the progress of AI, like the Writers' Union in America did by striking?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. So actually, what we also see is when people are not in control, and then it's like they do my job, then we have a big issue with in our clients, because they think then they won't accept it, they won't adopt it, and that's a real issue. So you also always have to take into account when employing a digital employee. In some companies, it's not called a digital employee, but it's called a digital assistant, because that makes it less stressful, so to say. And it's also that we put the number of or the amount of autonomy that it gets, or the amount of autopilot you can give to the NEPL in the hands of the user. So if you say, okay, this is a stupid question, I don't want to answer it, then it will be autonomous. If it is a question, no, I want to dive into it and I want to do it myself, then they have the possibility to do it themselves. And I think that's, especially in this phase, really important, because otherwise your adoption will drastically drop. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Hans. I guess there are other companies making these intelligent agents or intelligent employees. There must be, I think, also some interesting competition there. What makes you different than these other companies?
Yeah. So that's true. So I think that there are more digital assistants, but they are more focused on you as a user and not you as a team. I think that's a big difference. So it's working inside a team, working together with all your colleagues with the same job. So it's not your assistant. The other thing is that when you're looking at the business tools, they are all doing these autopilots and making them smarter and integrated everything and in their tool. But it's not an integrated solution. So what we do, we work on top of all the tools, and that's the reason why we are mimicking human behavior, because then you can do things that the tools can do, because it's like it's inside the box of the tool, and we're working on top of it, like the user does. So it's one place where, we also see not a lot of competition in these team agents. It's more like the tool agents or the personal assistant. Yeah.
About the technology that you're using, mainly on the type of LLM, but just to understand, to see if I understand it correctly, what you basically do is you use embeddings to vectorize all the documents of a company, and then you use LLMs to search the similarities between the question of the user and the documents that you have, and then you summarize an answer from that. Is that in the direction of what you're doing?
No, that's one part of the solution. That's correct, but that doesn't make a good colleague. That just is an intelligent knowledge source. So that's not what we are doing. So what we are doing is understanding, and that's what we really do, and we use different models for it. And we're actually changing these models all the time. So it can be Claude one day, and it can be GPT-4 on certain questions, and it can be LLM. It doesn't matter that much. But what we do, we start by understanding what your colleagues want. Does it want to search for information? Does it you to search to do something in your tools? Does it want you to help with a certain task? So we try to understand what your colleague wants, and we train it for that. And then after that, we can do numerous things. And one of these things that we can do is do the intelligent knowledge search.
Okay, thank you. Very short follow-up, because my question was about the types of LLMs that you use. You mentioned you use them all. I was just wondering...
No, not all, but a lot. Yeah.
You use a lot? What's your experience in that? Like, what models work well for that?
Yeah. Currently, that's before the new model of Google, actually, but GPT-4 is the most powerful in complex analysis. That's definitely what it is. In conversations, Claude is way better. It's way better in having normal interactions and talking to you. It's not like the strange sentences like as a language model. So all these things makes it more human. And I think that's these are big differences that we see. And GPT 3.5 is way faster. So there are a lot of different advantages if you compare different models. But we also have their own smaller models just for doing smaller tasks. So that's
Insightful, thank you.
Yeah.
We are done, sorry. Sako, thank you very much for all your questions, right? Hey, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. One final slide, right? So give him a big applause, right, on the interesting. I think what really shows, right, this morning we start with some fundamental knowledge and skills and competences and how to use generative AI as a whole. And suddenly we started doing it in applied ways, and then suddenly all conversation comes from the audience, right? Ethical questions, moral questions, technical questions. More importantly, we now also want to involve our conversations. So I want to invite the panel to join us. So Patrick, Ralph, Prashant. Misha, you're there, right? Welcome. Misha's a little bit ill, so give him a warm applause before joining on the panel list, right? Yeah. Okay, what I've learned from this morning, we need to put the mic very close to your mouth, otherwise I will keep moving the mics every single conversation a little bit forward. So before we start with the panelists around here, we spoke about the platforms and solutions, and I think a great introduction on how to use those platforms. But I think it's great to have a panel who are very experienced in putting a complete ecosystem of systems in front of customers, product development, or potentially also advising them on how to use it. So first, before we want to start, I want to take you the opportunity to quickly introduce yourself from right to left, or for the audience from left to right. So Patrick, maybe if you would love to start.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Patrick Atella, I'm the Chief Data and AI Officer for NXP.
Thanks. Alf?
Yes. It's on? Yes, it's on. Yeah, it doesn't have the green light. My neighbors at that. So nice to be a really nice keynote. Thank you for that. My name is Ralf Suttekau. I'm the founder of Datacation, which is an AI-based company in Eindhoven and in Amsterdam. We have a team of 20 IT nerds with social character, we say, and we implement all kind of different AI solutions, from computer vision to large language models to optimization problems.
Yeah, and one of our residents.
And one of the residents of the AI Innovation Center, of course. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Prashant Mishra. I lead AI globally for Rackspace Technology, which is a multi-cloud company. So we provide solutions definitely for generative AI.
Hey, Misha. Yeah. You don't need to push the button. I think it's on.
All right, Misha Fokkens. I'm part of Accenture Data and AI in the Netherlands. Background in quite a wide scope in data platform setup, MLOps services integration, but also involved in, especially the last 6 months, in generative AI implementations in large-scale companies, which is sometimes proving challenging with not just the technology piece, but also everything around it.
Thanks. Great. So AI in business, I think, what I first would like to ask on Patrick, right? So you have seen the presentation of the keynotes that we just have presented, but you're not selling a product yet, right? So you are an advocate in your own organization. So could you shine a little bit of a big difference on your role enabling AI with the platforms and tools in NXP?
I think that my role is to make sure that other than our 10,000 engineers that are thinking of using Gen AI and how to embed it into the chips moving forward, is to use AI in the rest of the organization, whether in fact it's supply chain, whether in fact in our digital go-to-market, and therefore making sure that you use it properly. It's very interesting to see a company like NXP where you have so much data, so much engineers, where in fact is in the rest of the organization, they're not using at all predictive analytics, only kind of like, business intelligence. So the challenge is kind of like to move the organization to start using predictive analytics and take the decisions and therefore the value, the impact around that. So that's basically, in fact, the big challenge that I have in front of me.
Yeah. And I think the biggest application we just heard was also in the top right corner of the circles, customer support, customer outcomes. Anything developments that you believe that your role, but also the platforms are pivotal for NXP?
No, I think that in fact is the McKinsey kind of like study kind of like shows 3 top ones, which is or the 4 top ones, which is very specific to NXP. I mean, NXP is like many other pharma company. We spend a lot in R&D, and therefore everything that in fact will make us, faster to the market. Time to market in terms of the chip industry is very, very important to stay competitive. And therefore is that if you kind of like have 10,000 engineers and you can reduce by 10% the time of coding, that is a lot. So not just on the cost savings, but basically on the time to market. So that's in fact software code engineering, R&D, and of course everything that in fact is in sales and marketing in terms of documentation. So you have to understand that in fact companies like NXP and chips, we have lots of technical specification, technical documentation. So our kind of like prospect or customers are asking day in, day out of all this information. So having in fact a nipple kind of like will be great to be able kind of like to go and grab all this actual information and kind of like help our real employees, because we still need real employees to be able kind of like to go and deliver that faster to our customers and prospects. So these in fact are these actual 4 real areas where we are looking to gain in productivity. It's not yet there, but that's in fact the challenge that we have to go and overcome.
Yeah. What I particularly like about your answer is that it touched upon, I think, a very important element of our first panel is about business value. You articulate the business value very well, but also what I understood, Misha, is that you from Accenture are trying to build those capabilities into your organization, but it's going easy, right? So it's easy to put all the technology in place to start driving business value.
No, it's not easy at all, actually. So actually very recognizable that the for sort of engineering space is also something where you see a lot of companies struggling. So we are doing a lot of pilots with code generation, test data generation for software engineering, data engineering, cloud engineering. And while the technology works really well, we do have a lot of discussions around intellectual property, how do you secure it, and those kind of things. We also have a lot of engineers that disagree with the sort of code generation that the models do.
Yeah.
So yeah, the company might have different guidelines for coding. So we also have a lot of discussions there. And you see now that in a lot of pilots we started with the really well-known large language models, and now we're looking more at setting up smaller specific domain models just for these use cases. So that's one of them. And then we talk a lot to security and legal in these companies. So a lot of discussions going on there. Yeah.
So still an easy ride, right?
Not at all. No.
Not at all. And what I like about the conversations, right? So I hear designer productivity, sorry, developer productivity or R&D productivity. I hear here all kinds of what's called developments. If you are able to improve productivity by 15%, would you then compromise quality? Or how is the trade-off between quality versus speed of go-to-market in certain industries?
So your premise is that quality will be lower, or because actually we have done we have now implemented a project and we're using it Accenture internally, where the peer reviewing, which they used to do with 4 eyes principle, so peer review, human review, we now automated most of that with trained LLMs.
Yeah.
specifically on the guidelines that we have internally, and that's productivity increase, but it's also quality increase.
Okay, so
I think it's very important that I've been in talk with Accenture yesterday, in fact, specifically on that for 2 hours on Gen AI. I think that we have to pay attention to what we are trying to sell, because that's the problem I have, in fact, with my executive committee. Everyone sees productivity.
Yeah.
So, and therefore that means cost savings or going faster in the market. In software coding, even Accenture right now have not put it into kind of like production. They're still in a pilot phase. The reason, as you have said it, Misha, is that basically because of the actual legal implications. But most importantly, it depends on the persona that you have. If you have lots of junior code software developers, therefore that in fact will fit perfectly for them. Media, it's okay. If it's senior, they will never use it. So it depends in fact of who are the persona and for which type of use cases you're using it for software. If it's kind of like documentation for your software, that probably help a lot. If it's core quality testing, depending in fact how, what interact you're testing. So it's very simple to say it will kind of like gain you 10-15% productivity, but it depends company by company and persona. So we have to be careful of what in fact we're selling yet.
Can I elaborate on that? Because
yeah, sure,
I think it's a really interesting discussion about how to see the return on investment in a particular project. So to give a bit of background information, we are asked a lot by companies like, hey, how can we apply AI? It's really a technology push. And then we say, hey, we first have to walk with you for like 5 days to perform kind of a quick scan and to see how we can apply AI. But what we do in this quick scan is we look at the technical feasibility, because everyone thinks that everything is possible with AI. That's not the case. Second thing is that there should be a business case. And that's on your question, Sebastian. So we then perform kind of a ROE calculation, and we look first indeed at productivity. So most of the time it's labor costs saved, but also on employee satisfaction, because a lot of automated things, or a lot of things can be automated such that the employees can stick to the more fancy kind of tasks. And the third one is indeed the errors made. So humans make a lot of errors, and sometimes the AI can be really more sufficient, such that we calculate the return on investment based on productivity, less errors made, and also employee satisfaction.
And that's agnostic in every industry, or do you see differences between the industries?
No, that's really different indeed for all kind of different industries. So most of the times it's really easy to calculate those labor costs saved, but like errors made, then you really have to know what the company is currently doing, how many errors are made, and what is also the impact of one error. And that's of course different for all kind of different industries and companies.
Thanks.
Yeah, and that's why I look at it from the risk perspective. It's a Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's the green thing. So I look at it from the risk perspective. So if it is a low risk kind of use case, right, then you can definitely employ this technology and have a better value out of it, right? If it is a high risk, then you need to look at it from the decision perspective. Are you right now, what kind of way you're making a decision out of it, right? Is it a kind of coin toss right now? Then any 51% accuracy model would be kind of better suited, right? So just look at it from the risk perspective, and that's why the use cases that you see here, that is, the customer interaction, where let's say in the off cases, if you provide a wrong recommendation to the customer, what will happen, right? And on the other hand, if you are looking at the autopilot cars, right there, if a wrong decision is happening, what will happen, right? Yeah. So I think you have to kind of look at it from the risk perspective and choose the use cases wisely in that sense.
Yeah, maybe I can add as well. So I totally agree on the persona comment actually. So we're looking at the different types of engineering that you can do, and even my own cloud engineers internally call cloud engineering copy-paste engineering. So we've done some benchmarks there, and you see that's very repetitive, and the results are very accurate for code generation. But then if you talk about more embedded software, that's a different discussion, because it's more bespoke, it's very specific. Code generation there, in our experience so far, it's difficult to make a business case. But even there, you can look at, for example, peer reviewing the code with LLMs. But that's a less strong case. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Bringing it from engineering and development into, for example, blue collars and white collar employees. I would be very curious to understand, Patrick, from your side, where NXP has a large scale of blue collars. What is then the use cases then you would see there in that field, in your manufacturing?
I think that manufacturing, it depends whether in fact you want to become fabless or you continue kind of like have your own factories. I think that the issue is not really in terms of AI and productivity. It's more in terms of the data compatibility that you're going to go and get to be able to manufacturing faster. So having in fact a standard and harmonized approach to kind of like, share data between the different kind of like, manufacturing sites, because if you outsource 50% of your chips, you still need to be able kind of like to read this actual data for you to do and build any kind of like AI. So I think that the software coder, that's in fact where the community that in fact will be most impacted by potentially, Gen AI tools and LLMs moving forward. But I believe that it's not kind of like in a year or 2 or 5 years. I think it's going to kind of like, more in the actual kind of like 10 years to come and not kind of like faster. The reason for it is that you still need to have critical thinking. You still need kind of like to make sure that in fact whatever is the result and the outcome is being checked by a human. So we have heard a lot about hallucination. You need kind of like to make sure of that. Secondly, if you develop a code, we're developing code and software and hardware on chips that's going to be used by customers. So this whole legal component needs going to be taken into account. And today, customers are not yet ready to be able to accept you to kind of like to do that. However, they're asking us, and we have in fact customers, 2 weeks ago, kind of like says, "Oh, we expect you to give us the chip with the software, not only the hardware, but as well the co-pilot next to it." That means that they would like to have as well a Gen AI tool that in fact is being provided as part of the actual full solution. So this, in fact, is new requests and new challenges that we're going to kind of like, deal with it. So that means that we still need a lot of our engineers to build, in fact, all the different solutions.
What triggers me is more like a general part is that the data that comes available, selling such solutions or working with, let's call it subcos that manufacture your products, you need the data. So what are then the implications for platforms and tools and legals between, for example, let's call it the one who manufactures your chips? How do you make sure you provide a seamless platform, make sure data is yours?
That's the big challenge, when you have companies like NXP that are moving from hardware to hardware on software and therefore solution selling. It's the same kind of like, situation that, for example, Accenture that have in fact lots of software coders, but they are doing it for their customers. Using LLMs will put them in a situation where okay, we can do it for ourselves, but ourselves is basically this actual code is being done for a customer. So is the customer going to accept it? So we have to kind of like rethink totally the process of the legal component and how we can embed, in fact, these actual co-pilots into the actual solution, in fact, we're giving to our customers. We don't have yet the answer, but that's in fact what we're working on moving forward. And the first thing that we have started is by putting an AI advisory council, which in fact I'm chairing with in fact is 10 other kind of like colleagues that in fact are thinking of how we're going to bring that forward in the organization at all levels, either in terms of the R&D level as well as in fact is using it in fact internally. So enabling or kind of like using it and leveraging it.
I imagine a world where NXP sells the product, and I remember that I have a phone, and before I can use the product, I first need to scroll through a lot of lists of documents. I'm not sure what I'm doing, and then I push yes, next, finish, and then I have agreed on some legal consequences. How would it work? I'm moving into more like the legal consequences. You're selling no longer a chip, you're no longer selling software, you're selling a product, a platform, an ecosystem, a solution that's completely integrated, generating data, and influence decision making, breaking on time, doing something in the data center. What are your takes on that, Misha?
Well, that's a good question. So I guess a big part of this would be responsible AI, right? So intellectual property, bias, and everything that comes with it. So providing transparency on what your solution does. I think what a lot of companies are still missing is that they do talk about responsible AI, and they develop a solution, and they look at bias, and they look at IP infringement and whatnot. But we sort of forget that it should be sort of an ongoing process, right? So how do you embed that in your organization, and how do you also continually sort of validate that the outcome of your solution is still adhering to all kinds of policies and compliancy, not only in your internally, but also indeed towards the products that you serve. So that's at least a perspective.
Yeah. Prashant, maybe you have a different view on it? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would again look at it from the, so the way I've seen actually in the industry right now, usually people put it in two buckets. One is internal use case and another one is external use case, external being external to customer. Right, in the internal, these kind of issues don't usually come up and are, again, in the low risk category. So that is the more kind of use cases which you can adapt really easily without worrying about a lot of the consequences which you mentioned. While in the external one, you will have to kind of take into account the guardrails and looking at, for example, what kind of data are you ingesting in it, any PII data which is being used to make a decision making, right? All of that needs to be considered before even you think about putting it in the public, right? So you do have to have those, guardrails in place to mitigate those risks.
I'm curious to the guardrails because what I've learned, right, working with software developers, putting guardrails around software developments when they have an own laptop is very difficult. They will find a way to build their own solution. And even more importantly, I think what I heard this morning is that also the data and what it learns and hallucinates or develops is also continuously evolving. So how do you make sure that your organization or a CDO like Patrick, make sure he has the right knowledge to put guardrails around some kind of organization? Or what's your take on that, Ralph? How do you make sure things are going in the right way rather than hallucinating business results and promising KPIs?
You mean for my projects at the customers or inside my team or where?
I'm very curious how your team hallucinates, but maybe they will use something for that, or more about your customer side. Yeah,
yeah, so the world is evolving very, very rapidly. Like every day there are new inventions, there are new AI tools available. So it's really our job to stay updated with all the latest kind of knowledge. Yeah. So that we do together with our team. So looking a lot on the news, on new tools that become available. So that's how we try to keep up with all the new inventions and stuff. So but that's a difficult job indeed. Yeah.
And Patrick, you're sending out POs to every new software vendor to get that software into NXP, and then someone will start using it?
No, I think that they are more kind of like knocking on my door and other people's doors every day. No, I think that the best approach that we had is back in April, and that was in fact is before I arrived because I joined in fact NXP on May 1st. In April, our CTO and our chief legal counsel have decided to ban every Gen AI. So therefore, from an IT perspective, you couldn't kind of like join anything. That's it. Until we kind of like decide of how we kind of like make sure that we protect the crown jewels of the organization. As you can understand is that there's lots of IP. And therefore, how we can make sure, in fact, that the actual software engineer don't go crazy because they need to go and go crazy. They need to innovate. Yeah. And this is, in fact, what happened. They went crazy and says, you cannot just ban, in fact, GPT. We have to innovate. And therefore, I have been tasked, months after I kind of like came, is to set up a governance around it. And that we're just about to announce, in fact, that governance that goes into kind of like 3 phases. So first thing, what we have said is that the first 6 months, we cannot just open the Pandora box because we need to learn. Not only me, not the expert, because expert, in fact, will know how to kind of like read it, but you need to make sure that, in fact, the legal people, the IP people, the risk organization, the internal control, and others, and even in fact the technology, even in fact as a data scientist, don't understand fully how in fact these LLMs in fact are working. And therefore what we have done is that we have created an AI advisory council that in fact will take all decisions on the tools and the use cases, and we have created a generative AI policy which in fact put categorization of whether in fact you can, or it's banned, or restricted but. And therefore we have the same thing in terms of the actual data. What data can go in, but the data go in, the output is more dangerous sometimes than the input. And therefore you have to go and pay attention to that. And therefore what we have done is created as well AI audit team for segregation of duty, just to make sure that in fact through the whole life cycle of the generative AI tool or use case, they kind of like audit at all time. With a central registry where we have all the actual tools and use cases, approved or unapproved, that are documented. That enables us to have transparency internally, And after the actual first 6 months, we'll be able kind of like to release and have, in fact, what we call AI trusted advisors in the business line or the business unit and the functions that becomes, in fact, the first line of defense, and we'll be able kind of like to work more, and we kind of like open up a bit more on adjacent use cases and adjacent, in fact, tools. And the third phase is after a year, is we are kind of like a bit more kind of like clear. You have to understand that these actual Gen AI are becoming, as the theme of this actual conversation, embedded. That means, in fact, today, SAP S/4HANA will have Joule, embedded into it. You got, in fact, if you have Informatica that, in fact, we're using for our data governance and marketplace, have a GPT, announced for, February. You have, in fact, Salesforce that, in fact, is integrating, in fact, now GPT into it. So you're going to see, in fact, lots of this actual nipple, as we kind of like see earlier on, integrated, in fact, into the actual day-to-day.
Co-pilots, right?
Co-pilots
Yeah.
that you have. Now, these co-pilots are great, but we don't know what type of information they gather from you. If you read, normally LLMs, they'll be able to kind of like understand the behavior of each user. So they will not know I'm Patrick or Misha or what have you, but they will know my behavior. And therefore, if they know your behavior, it's the same thing as what Facebook told us a few years ago. Privacy is being kind of like, is protected. But they'll know all about you.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we're seeing, in fact, as a result of it, 6 years or 10 years after. We will be in the same situation in 10 years with LLMs? I don't know. And that's, in fact, where the difficulty that you have as, one, I'm a technology optimist. I love, in fact, technology. But at the same time, is you have to look as well as how can you protect your competitive advantage, your IP, okay, than going away. How can you make sure that, in fact, is that today, if we are a first mover, they're not going to use, in fact, this LLM and use it, in fact, with my competition, Infineon, because I've been, in fact, using it for 6 months. They'll have, in fact, competitive advantage because they have learned about all the actual prompting they have done, and therefore they'll be able to use it, in fact, and they'll have a better version than the one I had 6 months ago. So that, in fact, is competitive advantage for the same price. So these are the questions that we have to go and put into an advisory kind of like council and kind of like learn from it, getting, in fact, experience, so, in fact, take the right decisions moving forward. Long answer, but that's, in fact, is what we're doing.
And what's the current state now at NXP?
Yeah. That was also my question.
There are 3 layers, and you said first
we're starting now with the first one. We're launching, in fact, the AI Advisory Council in November, and therefore be able kind of like to take decisions so we can have like release mainly kind of like, testing and evaluating on the software coding. And, with 1 or 2 use cases on the actual document or knowledge management for sales on public data. And all that is being done in a clean room. That means there's no kind of like, there's no connection to the real data. It's really kind of like clean rooms for us to learn and to see, in fact, how that. Then we don't have any kind of like, it's all kind of like based on RAG, so retrieval automated generation. So basically is that, in fact, it's really kind of like no learning from the machines at this stage. That, in fact, will come to the actual second phase. So we really kind of like is going. We want to go through it. It's being pushed. I mean, the business line wants kind of like to go and use it. And what we have found as well, and finish with that, is we talked earlier on about LLMs that are specific into kind of like finance or legal. I believe that, in fact, LLMs will not kind of like be specialized and deliver good results unless they are industry-based. So we've been kind of like testing the bedrock of AWS or the Copilot OpenAI of Microsoft versus, in fact, is LLMs that are specialized in semiconductor. So they have, in fact, all the actual user guides that you can find, in fact, on. Yeah. So therefore, the data set is much smaller because it's not the whole internet, but the result is 70% better than the other ones because they are specialized. They have, in fact, the right ontology. And therefore, it makes you kind of like is thinking of where do you want to put your energy of evaluating, the tools. So instead of going kind of like having 5 of them, you kind of like focus only probably on 2 of them. Yeah. And I think, believe that the result will be like Nipple said, is that you will not be using 1, you'll be losing multiple, depending of what exactly you're trying to go and accomplish. So if you want to have a digital worker that, in fact, knows everything about your company, you might kind of like use 2 or 3 LLMs and not only 1.
Thanks. I agree with the part about we will need LLMs which are specific to a particular industry because the vocabulary and the words
and overall space itself is different, right? And that's why, when we had models from, let's say, OpenAI, the Bloomberg came up with the new model, which was exactly for the financial kind of regime, right? Because there, the similarities between, or the distance between the words is different on how you communicate. Usually, like, for example, a company is laying off people might be seen as bad from the outside, but financially it's better for the company, right? So there's like a totally different kind of representation of language. If that is existing in a particular vertical, then we need a different model. Yeah. But yeah, usually I think that is very limited, as in, the information that you see in the internet is common for most of the businesses itself, right? And the concern about the data itself not being used for the other company, I think there we need to have a distinction between the apps which are public, right, or Copilot which are private, as in only for you, right? So I think we need to have a distinction between that and see which data is being used in those models. Is it being also retrained and provided to other users as well? That kind of concern, I think, need to have a look and make a decision on.
Moving from how to make it available into your organization, I think it's interesting. Things triggers my mind when I think, like, how do you make sure that individuals in your organization has the right information to take the right decision? Augmentation is like raising my kids. Try to give them the information in the hope they will take the right decision. It's often not the case due to all kind of reasons. More importantly, right, so what I feel, Patrick, when you're presenting, and this is a question for you, Misha, is guardrails, letting things go, putting first line, second line, third line of defense / management in place. I'm curious to write your tools later on. But I feel also that it requires a huge investment. So how do you make sure that you will outperform your businesses and your competitors, but still have a positive ROI?
That is a really good question. I'm not sure if it's specific to Gen AI or AI, but exactly. So, I think it's a difficult balance. However, we do see. In my experience, we have done pilots, also really projects that went live now in a relatively short time frame, usually on less sensitive data that do have a high ROI, because one of the benefits of those wider foundational models instead of more industry-specific models is that it's very easy and quick to start. So for more generic use cases, I would say, back office, recruiting, HR, we do see a high ROI. The way that you estimate your value case, track value over time, I think is no different with AI than any other business case, to be honest. But maybe an example that I can mention is we have used GPT, I think 3.5, to do job matching, so vacancies in companies compared to candidates being available. Of course, there is a big discussion around how you handle that data, right? Because you're looking at resumes. But we have done job matching there to sort of reduce the workload in matching people to open vacancies. We're using Gen AI to review vacancies because the company that we did this at, the people writing the vacancies are not always great at English. So we do scoring of what is the quality of the vacancy, is it complete, those kind of things. And that was set up really by someone in just a few days. And there's I think about 50 people involved in that recruiting department, and it saved them a lot of work. So that was a really small effort with a high ROI, which this of course is a small scale, but it's the same indeed with software engineering. It's a very complex domain, but if you do make it successful, you can have a very high return, especially if you have 10,000 people working in engineering. So,
I think that at the heart of any data strategy should be the use cases, and therefore that's in fact what I have really deployed at NXP, is that it's very easy to go into the technology and do proof of concepts. But you need to kind of like start first. There's no such a proof of concept. You have to have an MVP in mind. You need to have, in fact, an MVP that's be scaled, because that's in fact what the value is. So if you start from that, where's the pain point that we're going to try to do? So if in fact documentation of software is very important, it is a pain point of software engineers. Therefore, is that there's a solution out there. If Gen AI will bring it, great. let's kind of like move forward. But that you have to really think value first before kind of like thinking technology.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you don't have to innovate, that you don't have to try. But in general, you have to think if you're going to deploy massively, is value first and technology second.
A general question for you all, and I think Misha answered already that he has ROI. So, Ralph, did your company already, I think the answer would be yes, otherwise we're out of business, but did you show any ROI? Or do you have projects where there is no interest in ROI, but maybe a larger use case as human health? Or
Yeah, so indeed, we are doing a project together with UMC Utrecht, where we earlier and better diagnose pancreatic cancer based on CT scans. So that's a really great social impact project. But there they also say, like, hey, when you put together the 10 best oncologists in the world and you give them the same CT scan, 5 of them will say that it is tissue, littekenweefsel, and 5 of them, scar tissue, thank you. 5 of them will say that it is a tumor. So also for the best oncologists in the world, it's really difficult to make a distinguishment between what is scar tissue and a tumor. So they give us a lot of free space where we can make our own models, and they already say, like, hey, when it's indeed like flipping of a coin, when we can improve this with like 80% accuracy, we already gained 30% of accuracy. So that's so there are like companies and organizations that really want to be like the first companies that do something with AI, but also the low-hanging fruit companies, the more low-hanging fruit projects that we are involving. For example, we also have a lot of projects with large language models. This is a company in the shipment industry. They get a lot of orders, but they don't have a prioritization, so they can only handle 30% of all the inquiries that are incoming. Sometimes they get an inquiry of selling a motor for like 1 million euros. Sometimes they get an inquiry and it's only about a small part for like 10 euros. So what we are doing is we get all those informations via website, via PDFs, via email, and we're looking at, okay, how can we make, with business logic, make a prioritization about what is the most important incoming inquiries, because nowadays they are handling this via FIFO, first in, first out, so they are missing a lot of valuable information. So we're using large language models to interpret all those kind of incoming text, and then make a prioritization about, okay, this is the 10% inquiries you should directly tackle. We also make a connection with the inventory, such that they directly, the people of sales can directly tackle those kind of questions. So that's really a big return on investment for them. Yes.
So if you want to start experimenting in a big company, is it possible to start experimenting with data sets that you basically close off? I thought you mentioned the clean room. I like the word. But is that possible? Because that in a big organization is sometimes a thing. You immediately connecting all kinds of data, it's going to create all those issues that you also encounter. Is that something that you have examples of bigger companies that you then at least can start experimenting with, maybe use cases that create value, but you don't run the risk of maybe connecting too much, which increases the effort, but also the risk of all those concerns that you then need to start addressing?
Yeah. So, like I said, some companies come to us and say we want to apply AI. Also, bigger companies, and then we say, okay, first, what is the business case? What do you want to achieve? What is the end game? And then they say, we don't know yet, but we want to apply it. So then we say, okay, let's start.
My question is it possible to isolate data, start training on that, so you basically circumvent the issue of a big company where you have all those data concerns?
If you take, in fact, for sales and marketing, this is in fact exactly what we did. So basically, in fact, you can have, in fact, Copilot or Bedrock, from Microsoft or AWS. And we have on our website lots of, in fact, documentation that are in public available.
Exactly.
And therefore, this is, in fact, how you kind of like, we can augment our customer service reps or account managers that are kind of like looking for information and to be able to summarize, a documentation and send it, for example, through an email or what have you. Mm-hmm. So it's always being checked by a human, but behind it's being assessed, in fact, by a Gen AI. Mm-hmm. So this, in fact, is where you can put it in a clean room because the actual information are being scanned anyhow. by the GPTs of the world. So this information are out there. And doing it through, in fact, is a clean room. You'll be able kind of like to use a RAG, which in fact is retrieval augmented. So that means, in fact, you limit, in fact, the learning. So the model is not learning, is only kind of like parsing the document and kind of like help you kind of like find the information. So that's, in fact, is a way where you can do it in a clean room and have, in fact, a perfect, good use case that then after that you can scale, moving forward. For software coding is a different issue because therefore here you have to go and kind of like, use, for example, Code Whisperer of AWS, and you have to see, in fact, all the implication that you have in there. So that, in fact, is a longer pilot that you have to go and take.
Well, you can apply the same thing with the code thing as well. You don't have to use the Code Whisperer, but rather use the retrieval augmented generation to generate the code, right? Yeah. Whatever code base that you have, you extract the relevant code from there and generate based on that. So that's same concept can apply to the code as well. So
yeah, and in my experience, it also depends on the kind of data and the use case and the company itself as well, right? So there are a lot of companies that are fine to use cloud and also cloud LLMs that are available. Of course, the private versions that don't learn from your company data. And most companies have data classifications, right? Top secret, company secret, confidential, restricted, and maybe even public. I think most companies don't put the top secret data in cloud. So we do avoid certain use cases because of indeed confidentiality of the data. But we are also having discussions about top secret data in companies. But then you do look at using maybe open source models and deploy them on-premise or in factories. On data centers within the factory premises and keep it on premise. Yeah. So that's
interesting. Like Top and I worked for even last 2-3 weeks. It's a huge like nothing works anymore on the private laptop. WhatsApp, everything is taken off. So like in a very high speed. So there's also this other trend of protection. Well, similar like NXP. So there is this concern. Yeah. This of course is a trend that we then need to. If you want to start experimenting with this, we should, I guess. You need to be able to protect your information.
Yeah, maybe
I need to be very, very mindful because otherwise I will. The other program will start in 4, and I need to be mindful because otherwise we'll see other people running away.
I do have one thing that very, very short because we've been talking about policies and rules and whatever. Yeah. But we haven't spoken about just literacy training, right? So
we didn't have any time yet.
That is a big part. So.
Yeah. I think the conversation can continue for more than hours, right? Because I think this is very interesting. If I need to conclude this conversation, right, we are now at a point in time where we don't have yet all answers. Because we want to win, we want to enhance. I started this morning with a presentation called Enhancing Your Performance. You want to be better than the rest. So you need to be mindful in giving access to all kinds of tools, platforms, knowledge, and etc. to make sure that you are better than your competitor. However, that is also by using those models, there's a risk of losing, let's call it, what is you want to protect, your IP or your knowledge and your skills and competences or even your people. And I think that's what we don't have yet a solution for. I will be curious to reach out to Patrick in 6 months from now what his ROI will be after his big first endeavors. But first of all, I would like to say thank you, Patrick, Ralf, Prashant, and Misha for presenting here and giving your answers. I could expect there are a lot of questions, and I've asked them to be available at the booth for 15-20 minutes after this session. So feel free to just approach them and ask the real difficult questions that you didn't dare to ask now. Yeah? But first of all, I say thank you very much for joining, and I would love to see you next time. Thank you very much.